Hello, everybody, and welcome to tonight's coverage of the Touring Kart Challenge League. Season 2 continues tonight, and the drivers are excited more than ever for one of the longest races, in fact, the longest on the schedule. This evening, we're excited to bring you coverage from all the action from iRacing's virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway and Concord, North Carolina, where we go 600 miles. Maconi Entertainment is here to bring you the action from all types of racing, including the weekly Fast Friday series. No matter what we're racing, we can bring the action to life. My name's Justin Prince. Alongside the booth tonight is Braden Laster. DJ Lyon returns as our producer tonight as we get set to go racing here at Charlotte. Tonight's racing action is brought to you in part by Red Mist Podcast. Welcome to our Motorsports Podcast, where we discuss F1, IndyCar, IMSA, NASCAR, their own racing adventures, and some other adventures. By Endurance Karting. Pro Cup Karting and Endurance Karting were founded in 2001 in separate states, but both shared the vision of fun karting for all levels of drivers without the extreme costs of exhausting work associated with participating in motorsports. God of the weeks of preparation trailer hauling, only to have your race end before the checker flag dropped. In 2013, Pro Cup and Endurance Karting combined to provide the ultimate experience for private drive kart racing. And by Extreme Zone. They're delighted to be able to offer thrill seekers several different outlets for high adrenaline fun. Whether you put the pedal to the metal at a quarter-mile track with 9 turns and 40-mile-per-hour speeds, or you prefer the virtual version with any sports car your choice on hundreds of different racetracks, you and your party will have a blast. Also, are you looking for a challenge? Toss an axe on their new range and a variety of digitally projected targets from zombies to tic-tac-toe. Braden, the next gens at Charlotte are fan and driver favorite, and tonight we run a full-length Coca-Cola 600 tonight. With that in mind, what should we expect as the drivers prepare to hit the track?
That round 4 to see the schedule on the screen there, Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is one of the longest, actually the longest race of the season for most of these guys. It's their first full-length Coke 600. We talked about the background, the TKC's National Series. A lot of these guys have a road course background with a fair share of NASCAR origins and whatnot, but not very many of them have ever ran a full-length Coke 600, but they get to experience that tonight. 400 laps on the docket under the lights here, this mile-and-a-half facility. We're going to see the heat turned up, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of great racing tonight.
Devin Hawthorne enters tonight just about perfect so far. 3 strong races, 3 victories. Alex Anderson, 3 races, 3 times in the conversation for victory, losing the lead in the final laps of each time. Christian Leonard is in 3rd coming into tonight. That was after the crash with Anderson on the final lap from Las Vegas. Owen Kauser and Brandon Devine enter tonight inside the top 5. 7's been outright dominant. Can he make it 4 straight here with this one?
I think you're going to have to definitely keep him in the picture. He's always a contender at this mile-and-a-half. Same with Christian Leonard, who actually didn't have the greatest qualifying run, which we're going to get in the starting grid in a little bit. But you can't count out 7 wherever you go. And looking back at last week at Las Vegas, he wasn't a contender by any means. All of a sudden, a late race caution changes it, and he's running for the lead and ends up stealing the win in the last lap and a half. Same with Daytona. He was 20, 30 seconds out of the lead pack, late race caution. It puts him in contention. He's barely really led any laps all season. He's led definitely a handful of laps, but by no means I feel like the most. Actually, looking at it now, it's going to sound crazy. He's only led the 5th most laps this season. Only 18 laps led this season.
And these drivers tonight will face this racetrack you see on screen, the 1.5-mile Charlotte Motor Speedway. There was a lot of discussion, especially today, about the distance, but they've held firm. 600 miles. 400 laps for the World Center of Racing. That can be challenging, Braden, and better yet, that can be exhilarating and also exhausting. How would you describe the feel of going full out 400 laps for a race like this tonight on a Monday?
I can't even imagine. We talk about these guys. This isn't a type of racing they're used to. This is not Daytona. You know, they've done plenty of full-length Daytona 500s here with the TKC series, Indy 500s, and each race is kind of its own crown jewel in that perspective. But Charlotte's a whole different beast. You can't just be flat out for 3.5, 4 hours and hope for the best. You gotta worry about tires. You gotta worry about fuel. We're gonna see a lot of pit stops just because of fuel tonight. Hopefully, they're under green flag conditions, which wouldn't be the first time we saw green flag pit pit stops this season. But you got to be able to manage your tires, manage it's a mental game, and then also hope your computer doesn't catch on fire. We're estimating 3 or 4 hours of iRacing, hard racing, depending on how, you have your settings turned up. That can be very intensive on your computer, and you don't play the cards right. I've heard stories of people with their computers getting a little too hot and literally burning themselves, late in a race like this. So you gotta be careful with that one.
So overall, tonight's going to be an extremely interesting night. Still a few moments before drivers get the roll for green flag. So every car has put in qualifying laps here tonight. I'll ask you this then. In terms of this, how do you plan a strategy for a race like this tonight to make sure you don't end up falling on the back end of your strategy in the first 3 pit stops?
I mean, that's something we're going to have to watch, too. It kind of started out as a wreck fest. You can't really, build a strategy off of that. Now, if it does go green, we expect it to go green. At TKC Series, these guys have a lot of clean races and a lot of fast races. But, I mean, Auto Club was green flag racing all the way through to the very, very end of it, I believe. And actually, might have even gone green all the way through. Same with Las Vegas. Vegas was green flag until the very, very end. So, they had multiple races last season that went green flag to flag. So, I think you got to kind of try and build a strategy right here, and that's something we got to practice, before we get in the race session. We talk about some of these guys putting an immense amount of time practicing these tracks and these setups. So I think you got to kind of play it by ear. Don't mess up on pit road. Don't speed on pit road. You have as many tire sets as you need. They got 12 sets of tires in the pits. I don't think tires are going to be an issue at all, but don't make a mistake on pit road. It's okay to be a little slow getting in if you don't get speed on pit road.
So the drivers are now making their way to the starting grid before tonight's racing festivities. On debut, on pole, it's Alex Wiggins who sets the fastest time by near 2/100ths over Alex Anderson. For number 2, that's Mark Price also on debut. He'll start alongside 7 Hawthorne. Row 3, it's Matt Haas alongside Carlin Grace. He'll start in 6th in car 27. Ryan Kilbashian starts off at 7th. Kevin Aguilar starts off at the 8th position. Rowdy, your 10 starters for tonight. David De Silva, after no practice, put in a qualifying time of the 30.9s. Christian Leonard will start at the tail. So a lot of discussion for the drivers' meeting before we get going here, but let's take a look at the Maconi Setup Shop race analysis again. Maconi Setup Shop, the official setup shop of eNASCAR, as we get ready to run 400 laps. Fixed setups, remember, tire sets in sim, well, it says unlimited. It's more 12. If you burn all 12 throughout the course of a night in your pit lane, you're in trouble.
Oh, that's something you're going to be watching. You can maybe, if you get a couple cautions after a 5 or 10 lap green flag run, maybe come down and take a set, plan for the long run. But if you get a caution every 10 laps, I don't think you can come down and throw as many as you want on. You still got to manage them to an extent, but we expect only 4 or 5 pit stops should get the job done. Estimating, or might be a little more on that, estimating about 68 to 70 laps on fuel, so about 5 or 6 pit stops. So it's going to be interesting for sure.
So they're just getting all the confirmations from race control before to get things started. So your keys for victory when it comes to a full distance race at 600 miles.
We're going to have to really set the pace early on. You can't go out here just try and blow by everyone and make it a caution fest. You got to be there at the end. They do have one faster pair if they need it, but you don't want to sit here and use it early and kind of have to take it real slow and steady for the next, 550 miles. So slow and steady wins the race and being there at the end.
Who do you think is going to get the job done tonight? As keep in mind, your track conditions, they're going to change a lot. The lights are expected to turn on within the next hour in sim, mind you.
Now we're going to see this track really start to cool down. Currently 77 degrees outside temperature. The track temperature 88 degrees. Actually, outside temperature is going to heat up a little bit, get to about 82, 81. So we can expect the track to heat up, maybe get in the mid to high 90s. And you have to manage that right rear quite a bit, but it's hard to go against 7 Hawthorne. He's 3 for 3, not starting quite as high as I think he'd like to, but I've already got to go 7 Hawthorne. I'm going to go do an oddball pick here. I don't think he's going to win on that. I think he's going to have a great run. Someone that needs a great run, that's Ryan Kilbashian. He had the quickest time in practice. We talked about him quite a bit last season during the Daytona 500 and a couple races this season. Still fairly new to the iRacing platform. Only been on it for 5 or 6 months now, and most of his racing has been like the rookie class street stocks at Charlotte. So he's probably got more laps recently in the past 4 or 5 months than anyone else in the grid. Just a bit of a different car, but I think it showed off by being the quickest car by almost a tenth in practice over Mark Prince.
It's going to be an interesting one, if I think, for Sebastian, because he got out of work early to make sure he can make this start tonight. Others have said they're just going to call in sick. Well, tonight, the whole body is going to be tested for drivers. We're just about set to fire the engines. In fact, locks reach triple zeros. They are now ready to roll for said starting grid. It's going to be very important for the point standings in particular to get a job done like this tonight. We mentioned at Vegas with how many drivers were then there. It's the same kind of boat here. Do well here tonight, you position yourself for the postseason points pretty well. Do not do well here, you're on already your second back foot.
Well, the good news is they have like a win-in playoff format. You mentioned only 10 starters tonight. We kind of saw this last season. You don't have to run all the races to make the playoffs. I believe they're taking 12 to the playoffs. That's starting in August. The round of 15, or race number 15, Michigan is a cutoff race. It's August 19th. And then Daytona is going to be the first race in the playoffs. So 12 drivers, 3 races at Daytona, Darlington, Atlanta, then the 8 at Washington, Briscoe, Kansas, and then season finale, Final 4, 1 race, winner take all, October 7th at Homestead. So you don't have to show up to every race. You got to be consistent.
It's going to be an interesting night, to say the very least. 400 laps, 600 miles on the docket here tonight from iRacing's virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway. It's Alex Wiggins in control of the field to start things off on his debut. It's a newcomer behind him in Mark Price in row 2. It's Alex Anderson and 7 Hawthorne, the contenders for the title early, who start outside in the first 2 rows. We're glad to have you with us here on Maconi Entertainment. TKC goes the distance. We're underway for 600 miles. And a great start for Anderson for the high side. He takes the lead to start, already to second, going 7 Hawthorne. So your 2 newcomers quickly losing the lead from the outside lines momentum to the opening corners.
Yeah, that didn't really go at all the way Alex Wiggins wanted it to go. Learning quick, 7 Hawthorne's not something you want to mess with. As Wiggins already losing it or dropping down to third. He's got Mark Prince side by side on the bottom of that 36 machine. So these newcomers now side by side for third, and Mark Prince give it to him.
Yeah, already a lot of tire saving possibly in the case for Wiggins. A lot of conversation during the officials week here in particular in the lead up to the 600, especially say A opens. If you save a lot of the first 10 laps, it looks very solid, your car does, for the final 50 laps or 60 laps. You burn them up now, you buzz them.
Oh, and there's no worse feeling in the world than after you burn the tires up after 10, 15 lap run, because you feel like a hero and then you start falling back like an anchor in the ocean. So Alex Wiggins definitely starting to feel like that, drop 5, 6 spots already. Down to 6, here comes Colin Grace that's outside. Grace got in the wall last time by actually through travel. No harm though on that 27 machine.
Well, you have to be very careful on wall contacts throughout the entire night tonight though, because you hit the car hard enough on the door, you're going to end up getting some damage that slows you down the rest of the way. There is a fast repair. You don't want to have to use it. De Silva using the high side meanwhile to get around Grace after that contact.
Now, I'm really surprised we're single file for the most part in the top 5, around the top for the entry, and then you kind of get through the middle and the bottom. You're dominating the corner quite a bit. I expected everyone to be single file around the bottom. That's typically the quick way around here early in the run, but they're kind of trying to take what lines they think work, and they're making it work.
Well, remember, High side in theory means a lot more speed, but I've seen a lot of people, and actually done this myself, ways I mentioned this, tires burn up the right front, especially when it comes to trying to carry that extra speed corner exit. It can cook the tires, and with the fixed setup, you might actually have to shift.
Now, I was actually running the Fast Fridays race here just a couple nights ago over on Maconi Entertainment here on this platform with quite a few guys in this car, and that was my first time already doing the next gen at Charlotte, and that was a fixed setup, and it was definitely a great setup long run.
Double to Silva. Nearly sputtered around. He bounced off someone and nearly sent his tires off of Grace. You're saying apologies.
I'll go. They're perfectly fine, but trouble for the Silva we talked about. You want to manage your tires. I was able to fly by Jeff Maconi like he was standing still just because I think I'd manage my tires a little bit better and had just 2 or 3 of that fresher tires. And, you know, having a little bit fresher tires can definitely mean the difference as you get later in a run. But some of these guys aren't really taking care of their tires at all. The Silva going through the grass at that time by, definitely not the way you want to take care of them.
Double turn 2. Right now, Mark Price not making too many friends. He just got some contact with the boss man. The 8 machine trying to make the pass alongside for third instead. Peeked his nose underneath the arc of the 36, and now Price is dropping fast.
And you got Mark there in that 36 machine, new kid on the block, dropping down to outside the top 5 almost. Side by side for 5th. That's Kevin Aguilar that's outside. Mark in that 36 machine started 3rd, and these new kids are learning the hard way what it means to race in the TKC National Series. So Anderson's been the season high lap leader, and he's leading the way, but Mark Prince, Alex Wiggins, 36 and 11 machine, new kids are running 6th and 8th, way back in the pack. Here comes Colin Grace. Saw him in the wall a little bit ago. He's not taking it outside of Mark Prince.
Prince now working his way back as Grace works his way forward momentum-wise. Paul G's already said over the radio, by the way, from the 8 camp, from the contact. So we are 10 laps into the 400 lapper. And remember, last race out at Las Vegas, when touching upon their leaders, Anderson was better short to mid. Long run, 7 Hawthorne. Right now, Anderson 30.2s up front. Hawthorne a 10th or 2 back on average. In fact, he just set a lap time 3/10 slower than your leader.
Yeah, someone we'll have to watch a little bit tonight. Matt Haas in that 3rd spot. He's actually chasing down 7 Hawthorne quite a bit. So you mentioned that there. Matt Haas on the quicker car is actually the quickest car on the track. I don't know if he saved a little bit better in the opening stages, but Matt Haas, somebody got a lot of consistency. Last season's regular season champion got eliminated in the round of 8 in the playoffs. About knocked his way in with a win at Talladega. Still looking for his first TKC National Series win. Led laps here in the last season race and try and move his way to second around 7 Hawthorne.
Yeah, we'll see how long the pace lasts, though, with how hard he's pushing. 3/10 gained again last time by for the Endurance karting machine. A lot more aggressive on entry, noticing to that blue line. And there's so much talk. Get to the line, get to the line. You can't miss it, but you also can't hit it. That blue line, as Anthony Alfredo, for example, would mention, is very slick if you end up hitting it.
Oh, 100%. You definitely don't want to hit it all. Colin Grace going at it with Mark Prince. Now they're side by side going down the backstretch. Prince on the bottom of Grace. Door to door, bumper to bumper. Almost contact between the two. So Prince wrapping that blue line, but you can ride it all you want. You don't want to go below just like that. Bobbled by Mark Prince, and that's going to get Colin Grace a little bit of advantage there going down the straightaway.
So just like that, some mistakes start to pop up a bit. Kabashian trying to set up the diamond line as 7 Hawthorne now wraps the bottom. And there's that right front we just talked about. The 8 starting to drop, trying to get the run too tight to do it. Kilbashian skips him.
Kabashian up 4 spots already, try and get up 5. Side by side with Haas, he's going to clear Haas. No, he's not. Off the corner. Matt Haas is on the outside for the momentum. Side by side, that 7 Hawthorne right in front of them. This is allowing Alex Anderson to pull away. 2.5 almost advantage through 1 and 2. Not the quickest car on the track by any means, but this traffic, this racing for second is definitely helping.
So just like that, Kilbashian having to recycle back there. We touched upon this a little bit, but Kardashian's kind of made a name for himself on platforms like TikTok, right? As he tries to make his way to the inside of the 8 again. 14,000 followers on TikTok, which is actually very strong for the racing community. Also, is amongst those trying to prepare for the Northeast Karting Challenge this upcoming July.
Yeah, it's Matt Haas in the wall. He's going to fall back a little bit. Kardashian on the bottom. It's funny you bring up his TikTok. He's got on his back bumper, follow Kilbo Racing, Kilbo Racing. And he posted a lot of like NASCAR montages and a little bit of iRacing clips here and there, but grew very big through the NASCAR montage community. I actually followed him a little bit a couple of years ago, ironically. We chatted here and there, and then we got talking and I realized, hey, this is the same Kardashian that runs in that TKC last season. So now right now on board with the 8 machine of Matt Haas. That's he's got nothing to do except follow Kardashian's tire tracks. Definitely career-defining race so far for these two, Kardashian and Matt Haas. And they're slowly but surely gaining on Alex Anderson.
Slowly but surely. Right now, once again, the tires starting to fall off Anderson. Hawthorne running right now a 10th quicker than your leader. There's the side-by-sides building up again. De Silva works inside, makes it work in the Navy machine. That paint scheme referencing a bit towards the USS George H.W. Bush, one of the newer ships. Oh, some big defensive moves in front. Prince trying to show that the price can be paid for correctly if he pokes right.
That definitely not getting treated by royalty by anybody. You got the two new kids on the block going at it. Wiggins in the 11, Prince in the 36. These two absolutely having their own slugfest back here for 5th. They've fallen back quite a bit. I'm sure they want nothing more than to get back up here in the front. Hawthorne, though, just at a second behind from Alex Anderson. He's made up half second the past couple laps. A hair quicker last time by. Quickest car on track right now actually appears to be Alex Wiggins in that 11 machine, but he's about 3 seconds behind these guys. And Christian Leonard, very unusual from Leonard. He's over 8 seconds off this lead pack here. Normally see him up front contending for a win. Only got 2 practice laps. I'm not really sure what his strategy is here.
Yeah, he's been running way off compared to his teammate throughout this entire race by about at least 4/10. Here's 7 Hawthorne, though. That said teammate. And it's just going down every time they're in the corner, no matter what. Entry, apex, exit. Hawthorne's got better tires right now for this half of the race, or at least this half of the run.
Yeah, I think you saw Anderson's pull way built a huge advantage there early in the run. Didn't really take care of his tires, wasn't really thinking too long-term. Or it's kind of a trial by fire, I think. It's not something you really practice a whole lot. Because you got your pace, but you don't know what everyone else's pace is going to be. So you got to play a very conservative role in that. Luckily, Hawthorne's not close enough. He's already getting draft off Anderson. He's getting a little bit, but it's not getting huge run down the straightaways.
So the patience game is on to close the gap over time right now. Hawthorne with the momentum, same for Kardashian. That second group still slugfest, same for the third group. Grace, he's trying to build some runs. Kevin Aguilar preferring the shorter distance around, trying to maintain the rubber on the Ford. He's already damaged the right front nose.
Now, I think he's trying to take a look at what he did move, bounce it off the wall, and hopefully gets him pointed back straight. Him and Aguilar have been going at it all race slow, and they're starting to fall back big time. Christian Leonard about to join him in that battle for 6th or 7th. But it's going to be interesting to see as Matt Haas has fallen off like a rock as well. Was going for 2nd just a couple of laps ago, and now he's behind De Silva, Prince, and Wiggins. So all the way back there at that 6th, 7th spot.
Yeah, that was what we were talking about, major concern. He's already said, burning it much more than usual, those Goodyear Eagles. They're definitely falling apart here. Side by side up the road for 4th, by the way. You see that right there between the newcomers. So, how do you manage the tires long term? And obviously part of the answer is just drive slower. How do you do that while maintaining track position though?
Now, the big thing with the iRacing, it's not really like the real world. Now, it is in a sense. Obviously, the harder you send it, the more they're going to wear the tires off. But being smooth on the wheel can definitely pay huge dividends here on iRacing. You know, not having as much wheel input. There's different tricks that trade you can do that with your physical setup, having your rotation set on your wheel so you don't turn it as much. Or they're in cross-setup, changing your steering box, changing the pinion angle, changing the offset. There's all kinds of little tricks you can do to help tire wear, but ultimately it comes down to the guy between the driver's seat and the steering wheel. So it's all in that driver's hands, being smooth in, smooth out, don't burn the tires off, no sudden movements. Those definitely play a long way, as we're about halfway towards a fuel run, coming up on lap 26, 27. So estimated fuel run is about to be, actually I'm a little short, but about 68-ish laps is what they're estimating on fuel run. We might see some guys that try to do the undercut. We saw on the road to pro races, the undercut appeared to work and just doing an extra pit stop.
Yeah, we'll see as time plays out how that goes. But Christian Leonard, you were talking about being way off the pace. Well, with Aguilar and Grace falling off now, he's jumped up to 8th. Pace isn't theirs yet. He's just matching Seven Hawthorne's pace now in traffic. However, he is now making passes on those who did not conserve their equipment to the extreme, as Aguilar goes in the wall again.
Well, definitely got that faster pair if they need it, but these two, Aguilar and Grace, are they're using that wall a little more than I think they were like. It sounds like Colin Grace might be shifting, actually. I'm not really sure. Yes, he is. So he's going from 5th to 4th. So a bit of a different strategy. I'm not sure if anyone else is shifting, but he's trying to find something. You can downshift and kind of help the center rotation by kind of flooding the engine with the revs, and then it helps you get around. He's only shifting in 3 and 4. So very interesting there. It might just not work. He might not do it again, but he was shifting last time through 3 and 4. See if he does it again. Yeah, he's going to do it right there in corner entry, right as he's getting tight. So a little interesting strat. Going to see if anyone else is trying it.
Yeah, I'll say when I was first to try that, when attempting to test the setup and whatnot, it's not faster. It's an emergency mechanism if you're stuck with shifting at this point to make sure you don't pop the right front or hit the wall.
Yeah, I'm looking at the leaders. It seems no one else is shifting. No one else is trying to make time. It can definitely work a lot later in a run. Kind of help, if you're starting to burn the right front up a little too much, because it just loosens the rear of the car and helps you get through the corner a little bit better. But definitely not an ideal strategy, because you're going to burn up your rears quite a bit that way. So, Anderson's getting real tight there. You see on the screen, washed up inches from the wall. So I'm sure he's starting to really struggle with that right front.
Now keeping an eye on the times, he's grown the gap again, but it's pretty clear, even in the clean air, he's going much higher off the track and nearly into the walls compared to what Hawthorne's doing, where he's got to go full car length before he reaches the outside wall and exit. Seven's trying to almost bait him, you'd have to think, with how he's trying to save the tires.
It's something for sure. I'm not sure if Seven's just playing a better strategy, better long-run strategy. But when I think we start seeing green flag pit stops in 30-ish laps, or if someone tries to do the undercut, it's going to be exciting to watch, what different strategies people pull out of the hat. But Hawthorne has moments where he's just a little bit quicker, closes the gap up a little bit, then Anderson will have a moment where he's a little bit quicker and pull away. So I don't know if it's a game of cat and mouse between these two, but these two have definitely been playing that game all season long.
So far, the chess game and the pieces of Anderson for now is the key word. You see Hawthorne now starting to get some more dirty air, starting to struggle a little bit. That seems to be where he's at, about 9/10 where it starts to really struggle. It's usually about the 1 second mark, mind you. You start feeling effects of the draft. It looks like Seven forced to change things up and diamond line it. Anderson nearly knocks the wall down. That's going to really help that diamond.
100%. I saw him start to get tired. I expect him kind of roll out of it, but he just kind of hammered down and hoped for the best, and he didn't get anywhere near the best. Got quite a bit of the worst. That's going to allow Hawthorne to close up quite a bit. Interesting to see what the gap is this time across the line. It's definitely going to be less than half a second, right at it, 0.470. So Hawthorne within a half second of Anderson.
And Seven's using a little bit of that blue paint we talked about to get more rotation from the car. He's right now within half a second in good drafting distance. That's helping him extra half a tenth per straightaway. He just seems to be figuring out something different. As Anderson's pushing, Hawthorne's trying to use the physics of the track to rotate.
Yeah, we see Hawthorne riding that blue line too. Bit of a myth or so in the iRacing lore. Hawthorne ripping the lip, riding that wall. But there's been a bit of a myth, I guess. I don't know if it's been confirmed or not, but some guys say that riding that blue line can technically cool your tires a little bit more. We talked, I think, a little bit about Alfredo mentioned that as well and did a whole video on that over his social media pages. But Hawthorne trying to do different lines. Matt Haas in on pit road. First one to try the undercut. So we're going to see if he's going to help him out big time.
On lap 35 of a 70-lap run?
Might just be expecting to be that much quicker. I mean, these guys are falling off over a half second for 7/8 tenths in a qualifying run. So maybe if he gets lucky with a caution, it might really work out. Now he's going to go through the grass, so that's not going to work out at all. Mowing the infield inner liner grass there. Y'all watch the bumps. The bumps on the down on the apron there through 1 and 2 are very bumpy. I know it kind of sounds generic there, but definitely one of the worst aprons to come out on speed.
Especially when you look at the old version of Charlotte, the legacy version it's now called. There used to be the Great that you're thinking about there too. The second you hit that, it's like you're bouncing on a pogo stick. That's where that big seam is on pit exit now these days, where it's even bigger than the Great.
Yeah, I think it's definitely worse. In iRacing too, we saw a couple of drivers in the real life NASCAR scene during the All-Star when they had to race where they had the pit road and they no speed them on pit road and they did the qualifying by the pit stop. That you guys hit the Great there and just destroy the bottom of their cars. Matt Haas hit the wall coming actually down the backstretch last time. So if he wanted to go his way and have a good strategy here, hitting the wall is not how to get it done, but it's definitely quicker. 4 or 5 tenths quicker than Anderson last time by. So I'm not sure what the long-term plan is here for Matt Haas, but maybe the quickest car on the track for a little bit.
Maybe try and take a short stop early, then long distance the rest of the way. We'll have to see if that is the plan, or if he tries to do there's 12 sets, I'm using all of them. After all, I can't return them to the tire track trailer. Is it a trailer or is it a building?
I believe it's just a giant trailer is what most of them are. At least in ARCA, it's a General Tire, like, semi-trailer, and they have the whole machine set up in there and everything. So most of the time, I believe it's just one big trailer.
Yeah, figure that. So you can't return to the tire trailer is what I'm saying. But you know who's returning to the battle for the lead? 7 Hawthorne has maintained the distance within about 4 or 5 tenths. Right now, the tough part, Anderson's so tight that 7 Hawthorne's having to back up the corners a ton to not fall Anderson into the wall.
100%. Haas is actually starting to go around some of the lap traffic. He's actually going around lead lap traffic, but Anderson going around 7 Hawthorne, but 7 Hawthorne gaining on Alex Anderson. Just barely now on board with Matt Haas. That's a form since Kevin Aguilar. See how easy it is, how much fun he's having on fresh tires? Like, there's nothing more fun than when you have a 30-lap difference in tires and just fly by people. And but you don't have to make up a ton of time. Last time by, still just about half a second quicker. So I'm not sure how this stretch is going to work out. But battle heating up. Mark Prince back in the picture.
We've just seen Wiggins zip on by as well and scream for Kabashian. The battle you're referring to when it comes to Prince, still a fair bit back of the top 3. But this is a package that has a much slower fall-off cliff compared to most other cars these days. The fall-off, 1.2 seconds so far. That's it. Doesn't sound like a lot. It doesn't drive like it's only a second to fall off.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not really sure what the total number is after a big run. I know the other night it was, in past Fridays, it was over a second after a 40-50 lap run, or about 20-25 lap run. But Mark Prince, he'd say he was a little bit back, and I thought he was a bit a ways back too. I saw a car going around Sebastian, but no, Mark Prince is in 3rd. I'm not sure where he found the extra ump to go around Sebastian or Wiggins, but Mark Prince finding some great mid-pace speed here, and it's turning laps fairly competitive, a bit quicker than Sebastian, and those behind him as Sebastian's really starting to fall back. Silva around him now for 5th. So it's interesting for sure to see where these guys are starting to fall in as far as his long run game.
So far, 45 laps down this time by. Lap traffic is now starting to become a factor because Aguilar's at risk of being lapped with his struggles. Colin Grace is right now running at least 2.5 seconds of fall-off clip after 45 laps so far. We'll see how cordial the traffic is. So far, it's been cordial most of the way. Outside the cordial traffic that likes to help the others. So we'll see what happens this time. Should be no problem for lap traffic today.
Lap traffic's going to be a story if you're able to slice and dice it for sure. And actually, we got a little bit coming up. Alex Anderson, their leader, 7 Hawthorne right behind him, but they got Kevin Aguilar 29 seconds back. See him in that blue number 4 right there in front of them. They got Colin Grace. So I think these two have been battling this entire run, basically. Now Alex Anderson to the bottom.
Yep, nice and easy. No problem there, at least for the leader. 7 Hawthorne had to pick up a little bit of gas off to be able to get the rotation down this time.
Next on the chopping block to go lap down is Colin Grace, which this is exactly what Matt Haas does not want to see. He's about half a track back from Aguilar and Grace. So if a caution comes out now, Matt Haas is stuck 1 lap down. So that's definitely not what he wanted to see at all. As Anderson, like I said, next up on chopping block is Grace. I think him and Aguilar, like I was saying, they've been battling together a whole race. Sebastian side by side though. I believe is that Leonard? It is,
yeah.
Leonard. He's found some great late race speed after laying back a lot in the early run, but 7th on up. So Anderson, Hawthorne, Prince, Wiggins, Silva, Sebastian, and Leonard all 7 seconds within Anderson. And you got Grace, Aguilar, and Haas all about 30+ seconds back.
Yeah, Leonard's played this very smartly here to be able to limit any fall off. Doesn't have fire off. Pretty clear. That's going to hurt him for the long run. He's got better pace than the leader, though, by 1/10 a lap on average. As 7 had to go way low this time to get around Grace. I think he hit him.
I mean, that's just Robin. Robin's racing.
Might need to see and take a look because Ken say Grace apparently knocked the wall down and nearly knocked 7 Hawthorne into the nether. We're still racing, though, so pretty clear. 7 outside of the time loss is okay.
So we got the new kids on the block. They found a ton of speed. They're almost a second quicker than 7 Hawthorne. They're about to swallow them up whole. So Hawthorne starting to fall off quite a bit. Anderson's maintaining the fall off too, but Mark Prince and Wiggins are definitely the quickest kids on the block. They're going to catch Hawthorne this next lap or so, already right behind him, getting the draft off him, and they're about to eat him up whole.
Illustrium like Godzilla trying to eat buildings, I guess is the way you can put it. Here's Prince. Right now that distance is to your race leader. He's quicker than the leader as well by 1/10 a lap as well, similar to that of what we're talking about with Christian Leonard. Wiggins now to the outside. Tech issue for Prince. That spooks Wiggins.
Yeah, Wiggins gonna fall back 3rd in this battle, 4th overall on track. Mark Prince, though, looking inside, about puts 2 tires in the grass side by side for 2nd. Hawthorne running the high line, not quite up by the wall. Wiggins going to slide right behind these two, wait for contact, and there it is. Prince and the Hawthorne up the track, still side by side. Hawthorne with about half a car length advantage going into turn 3.
Oh, and he makes contact. Hawthorne trying to arc it down. Prince goes to the inside. Same does Wiggins. So 7 Hawthorne having to make a massive save after trying to slam the door right in the face of the newcomer. Wiggins now alongside.
Yeah, he tried to slam the door and duct tape it shut and barely even got the roll out. Now here comes Alex Wiggins on the bottom of Mark Prince for 2nd. This is playing right into the cards of Anderson. He's going to be able to pull away. Just to our side-by-side. See the gap there. It's Anderson and green car going into 3. Almost contact again. That's Wiggins in the purple Ally 11. And then Mark Prince in the 36 red car. So pulling away from these two now. Wiggins in 3rd. Hawthorne's going to fall back to 4th.
near contact again after a bit of a break again. Prince right now trying to wrap the bottom. Wiggins trying to find a way to build the speed again. It's pretty clear the 36 does not want to let anybody go the second he finds the space to clear.
Yeah, Mark Prince is kind of playing that air defensive game as much as he can, trying to, I don't know if he's trying to block Wiggins. Wiggins is trying to follow the same line, but they're going to close up, though. Wiggins using the draft off of Prince's back bumper, kind of build a run. We saw Hawthorne and Leonard play the same exact game at Auto Club back in week 2. They were able to make up a second half drafting on the intermediate, bump drafting on the intermediate for that. Wiggins and Prince not quite to that caliber yet, but Wiggins is getting the draft and able to stay right on Mark Prince's back bumper. Meanwhile, Hawthorne is starting to fall back just a little bit lap by lap.
Wiggins now playing with some shifting, by the way, down through 1 and 2 to try and get something, anything to build up on this run. Looks like he's trying to get just that extra boost of RPMs. Don't mind the tires, it seems. Go for the cross.
Well, I think we're expecting a pit in about 10 to 15 laps. Almost contact. There is contact. Wiggins and Prince now still side by side going through 3. Wiggins going to fall back, delegate to the outside, try to get around off the corner, take the diamond line. Looking inside, we got smoke in front of these guys. I'm not sure where that smoke was coming from.
We'll see what happens again here. Already 2 blocks from the 36 for the race position. Colin Grace is in. Tempers are flaring. It's lap 57. We're not even a quarter distance through.
Yeah, you got Wiggins once again electing the high line, trying to get the diamond line off the corner. There was smoke coming off the 4 last time by. I'm not really sure where it came from. Someone go back and see if you can maybe find it, but these two, though, are bumper to bumper. They're basically glued together.
Can confirm Colin Grace was the smoke. He missed the pit road. Now Wiggins trying to get another diamond. Wiggins running a lot of league races, looking to be strong in his debut, looking for second. No run quite yet as they come to lap 59 this time. He is still playing with the gears and is right now about a 10th quicker with this diamond line.
They were talking about not messing your pit stops up at all. Colin Grace slowed down about 90 miles an hour, just couldn't make the turn in and had to stay on track, pick up speed, and do a complete another lap as Wiggins decided about looking inside, shoving it in there, but wasn't quite able to get his foot in the door. Gonna fall back behind Prince, and I believe that's Colin Grace gonna fall right back in line in front of these guys 2 laps down.
Now Colin Grace real quickly, he rejoined in front of the race leaders. This is going to be a tricky spot all day. If you end up making mistakes in the pit lane, well, I believe it's a little bit too farther down. But the reason for the smoke, he ended up locking the left front, missed the whole pit road, had to go all the way back around Brayton. That's going to be a challenge for today. Getting the pit road just right. Not too conservative, but not too hard where you miss it or slam into the roval barrier.
Yeah, they're normally going to lose about 45 to 50 seconds on pit road, give or take a couple seconds there just for driver error and getting on pit road. This is a very difficult pit road to get on under green flag conditions. Colin Grace lost well over a minute, so 60, 70 seconds there, so lost an extra, 20 seconds where he really didn't need to.
Race leader Anderson nearly knocks the wall down. So while these two were having an absolute fist fight, it seems, Anderson is absolutely burning up the right front tires, so nobody's gaining.
Well, I think he knows he's coming in for tires in just a couple laps, so he's going to burn it up to the max. No point in holding back now. Last time by, Prince and Wiggins just a hair quicker, not by much at all, but I think Anderson's turning the heat up for these last couple laps of the run now.
Anderson still can't get another run yet. Prince still maintaining distance. Another peak from the 11. And right now it almost looks like Wiggins is going with the slow in, fast out approach. Still can't take advantage. Even though Prince has been making mistakes here, he's still doing solid.
I don't know if these two are teammates in a sense, or they're just kind of working together and kind of have a gentleman's agreement.
Nope, not teammate.
Now, they would rather work together, I feel like. We saw Wiggins get the run, almost get his foot in the door, but did not elect to take it when other guys would just shove it in there and hope for the best. But that's allowed Anderson, I feel like, to not quite pull away. Sometimes he's a little bit quicker, sometimes he falls back, but I think we're going to expect Alex Anderson to pit here in a little bit. But I think if Prince or Wiggins tries to do the undercut here, they're in prime position to do so. We're at about, 4 or 5 laps from the maximum fuel window. So I think we can undercut right here and make up a ton of time.
Yeah, now we're just about ready for those set stops. Gonna take a wild guess and say one of these drivers is gonna try and undercut another. Another little block look from the 36. Wiggins elects to go to the second groove on top of the seam. Not an easy line to stick with that middle groove.
Yeah, Wiggins is in prime position to do the undercut on both Prince and Anderson. Looks like he's going diamond in the corner. Is make it a little bit harder left, don't get on the gas. And they got the Silva 3 seconds behind these guys, so you don't have to really worry about running over. There's a call on the radio. Alex Wiggins, he's not going to keep it secret. Calls it on the radio. He's coming down this time by.
Gonna have to if he wants this spot right here. Already preparing the back up to the corner. And indeed takes it nice and solid, not too aggressive. Tires nearly hopped on the gear shift, but he does make it to speed. 45 miles an hour, that pit road speed limit once again here today. And already our first lean leader scheduled stop for the race today. When does Anderson and when does Prince respond? We're about to find out already. Hand out the window for the 36 down the back.
I think they got to come in this time by. If they don't, they're throwing away a ton of time. Anderson's slow, real slow. No, he's going to gas it back up.
Mark Prince has already ducked down the pit lane in a very conservative manner. So Wiggins, at the least, will get it about 2-3 seconds just on the pit road entry alone here.
Yeah, we talked about Anderson. I thought he was going to come down. He does not. Mark Prince, though, is in this time. Looked like Wiggins might have oversaw his box a little bit, so that might level out their faster entry from Wiggins, depending on how well Mark Prince hits it. Right on the money. Here comes Seven Hawthorne as well, and right behind him. He's going to have to back up a little bit. It's going to be huge for Seven Hawthorne. So I expect Anderson's in this time by your leader, so your top 4 of all pit. David De Silva now is going to inherit the lead. Chris Nerd is out there as well, and it's going to put Matt Haas in theory should be back on the lead lap as well.
That leaves De Silva and Leonard as the only drivers, as you mentioned. So Anderson easily into the box. No troubles. 1 speeding penalty. It appears Seven Hawthorne on exit has picked up a speeding penalty. He went 59, make it 49 at the cone. Trying to gas it up. He'll have to return to pit road to serve a penalty.
Well, that's definitely not what you want to do. I just don't know if he misjudged it completely or something, but you got to be cautious. We talked about, not messing up these pit stops, and unfortunately for Seven Hawthorne, going to have to come back down. And I'm not 100% sure what the penalty is for that. It seems serving the penalty, though. I believe it just might be a drive-through.
40-second stop and hold normally on the iRacing sim.
Oh, it's even worse than a drive-through, so he's going to go probably 2 laps down.
Obviously. Oh, and he forgot to uncheck the tires.
Oh, no. Seven Hawthorne, you've been it. He's sold.
So, here's the thing. You can make it a stop and go if you uncheck all the check boxes on the sim, on the black box. He forgot to do all of it. So, not only does he have to serve a full 40 seconds, he just used an extra set of tires for this race.
David De Silva just hit, looks like from the lead he has. So, oh, trouble. David De Silva spun on the racing line, able to get it going straight. We talked about that bump coming out of the pit road. De Silva hit it, getting it up to speed. He's back on track going straight. Let's see if he can maybe get to when he was coming out pit road, but hit the bump and slid on the track. And he's going to get a black flag for unsafe pit exit as well for blending above the line. I don't know how that wasn't a black flag, but catastrophic ending here, or pit road ending for De Silva.
Here's a look, and it's going to be right there. Just moon bounces him.
I don't know how that wasn't a caution. They're on the radio pleading for a caution. Most of these guys are, but
he's pleading for a wave of the black flag. That's clearly unsafe.
Well, their big thing too is, with this league, typically they'll wave you around to get a caution, So going multiple laps down isn't a huge deal. They'll give you a full wave around, not just lucky dogs. Even though 7 Hawthorne's gonna be 3, maybe 4 laps down when it's all said and done. He's finally back on track after serving that penalty. If he gets 1 caution, he should get most of his laps back. That's how they've done it in the past, as long as he's not the cause of the caution.
He's got to serve the penalty this time by, or else he's disqualified by the sim. And he's got front nose damage from the contact to the wall as well, so he might be in fast repair territory with all that scuffing right along where the grill is. We'll see if he ends up trying to serve it here. Should have to, and he will try to, and he missed pit road.
I'm not sure if he tried to. He's definitely slowed down a little bit, but he's pleading for it. Him and Colin Grace are trying to...
I think the sim's giving him an extra lap. I think the sim's giving an extra lap. They didn't give him the black X, the black and white cross flag.
This is going to hurt him big time. He doesn't come in this time. Like I said, you're going to get your laps back. De Silva, he's 11th in points. He missed a race. Fell back quite a bit. I believe he missed last week at Vegas. Yeah, he missed Vegas last week after he got podium. Daytona finished 2nd. So like, yeah, he comes down, finally serves a penalty. Like I said, I don't know why you're trying to argue the penalty. You're gonna get your laps back to get a caution.
Again, to be quite simple, an unsafe pit exit is you cross the blue line. A crash coming out of pit road across the blue line and into the racing groove is officially an unsafe pit exit to the definition. Your race leader, by the way, is Anderson. He recycled already to the front by 5 seconds with Matt Haas already half a tire cycle through his run. Anderson, with all the kerfluffles, is 5.4 seconds ahead of Alex Wiggins.
Yeah, they're actually flying on track, doing low 30. So 7 Hawthorne quickest contract in the 29s, a half second quicker than their qualifying trim. So with that penalty though, you know, kind of...
Oh, hold on. Remember the De Silva disqualification? The sim just said no. You waited a lap too late. They just disqualified it.
Well, now you have to get that cleared by the admins. They do have an off-track admin there. They typically, I don't know if they're here tonight, but the laps are ticking down for David De Silva. He's 2 laps down already. If we don't clear it soon, he's going to fall 3 laps down and more.
I can confirm why he got disqualified, as the admins have at least cleared it to let him back on the track. As you know, any pit road penalty is 40 seconds stop and hold or stop and go if everything's unchecked. He just tried to serve a drive-through on a stop and go. And that's the reason he got disqualified by the sim. Race admins have overruled the sim's decision. He will still be allowed to race.
Well, I'm glad they're at least let him back on track, and we do get a caution. They should, in theory, let him back out. 7 Hawthorne actually just raced his way and got a lap back the hard way around the Alex Anderson, their leader. So Hawthorne is now right in front of their leader, Anderson. Hawthorne, though, 2 laps down. Colin Grace, Aguilar, and Sebastian are all 1 lap down. Sebastian, though, right behind Anderson. So you see the 3 cars there. None of them are fighting for a position. That's Anderson in the middle of the green car in 6-7. Hawthorne 2 laps down and the 18 in the front. And then Ryan Sebastian 1 lap down. Try and get back under the lap, actually.
So a lot of disastrous sequences, and we're already 1 pit stop in. This isn't the Indianapolis 500-mile race with Kyle Larson's first ever pit stop. This is half the field having some sort of problem, it seems. But now, how do these drivers rebound? That's the huge question. Second question, where will the cautions fly? That's basically in the opinion of how the field races each other here. And right now, Anderson's the quickest car on the track, short run yet again on lap 80.
So we'll have to watch him, make sure he doesn't burn up that right front or the right rear. Hawthorne pulling quite a bit away. Sebastian, though, is actually closing up a little bit quicker last time. About turned him after going into turn 1. So it gets a huge run off of 4, closes the gap. He's going to get tight here 1 and 2. Anderson going to drive away, middle off. And Sebastian, though, right on the lucky dog spot by quite a bit. Matt Haas, first car to go a lap down from that alternate strategy, falling about second half a lap. But Sebastian, look at the bottom. Anderson going to close the door on him. So yeah, these two are definitely playing not so very nice, considering Anderson has a 7-second lead. If I'm him, I'm going to let Sebastian go and not worry about it, but he's, I guess he's really wanting to keep Ryan Sebastian at bay.
First pit cycle complete, already approaching 100 laps down. You're watching TKC and its coverage of its 4th race of the season, full distance for the World 600 here at Charlotte.
You want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Charlotte, where we continue our coverage of TKC here from iRacing's virtual Concord, North Carolina, where Alex Anderson is one of 5 cars in lead lap, and he's your leader by almost 9 seconds over Mark Prince. Christian Leonard, with everything that's happened, is in 3rd. Wiggins and Haas round out the top 5. Sebastian is trying to race for his lap back. He's already indicated that on the radio.
Yeah, I mean, no harm, no foul. There's only 1 lap down. You definitely want to get back on a lead lap, especially considering you got Matt Haas and Alex Wiggins. These two are severely slow compared to Alex Anderson and Ryan Sebastian. So they're going to go a lap down here in the foreseeable future. Sebastian on the outside trying to make it stick. Contact almost. Side by side to get the lead lap back. He's going to have the advantage up there. Get the momentum down and get the run off the back straightaway.
At that point, just let him have it if you're the leader. It seems like that's what Anderson's saying here with the body language.
I mean, he's got a 9-second advantage over second to Mark Prince. Not your long-lost cousin, JP, but, yeah.
Yeah, I have no relation to Mark from my understanding. But in all seriousness right now, it's been an interesting night so far. We've already had 2 drivers brand new to the league make very, very good conversation on the radio, let's just phrase it that way, in the very most positive light as possible. Then you also have the Silva in his situation where he ends up having to crash up pit road and nearly disqualifies himself trying to plead for the penalty 4 laps down to the very end. And then on top of it, you end up in a situation where strategy is now coming into focus for some of these teams, especially for the 8 camp for Matt Haas, where it's the question of, will this even work? As he's the tail end of the lead lap right now on 35 lap older tires than the rest of the field. In all of this, Christian Leonard's on the podium right now.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Matt Haas actually plan a pit stop here, maybe just a couple of laps. He pitted back on 30. It was 30 or 35, so he's put about 55 laps on those tires in that fuel tank. So I'm sure he's about to be running dry, although the fall off isn't anywhere near as bad as I thought it would be. That's Matt Haas and Amundsen got Colin Grace 1 lap down. right there to his inside. But they've got Alex Erickson right behind them. Not right behind him, but coming through turn 4, see him there. Actually just put Kevin Aguilar a second lap down, but their leaders, they're coming fast.
Yeah, pretty quick pace for some of these drivers. With Kabashi in front. Oh, and now he's parking in front of Anderson with the pace.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't. Oh, trouble, internet issues for Kabashi, blinking in and out like a ghost. Yeah, Anderson closed up quite a bit there, middle of the corner to Kabashi, so he's going to try and put him another lap down as they're starting to put cars once again a lap down. If Kabashi falls back, he might not be in that lucky dog position. So Kabashi wants to fight for his life here. You know, rightfully so, but...
Yeah, an interesting time. There's a look at the 8 machine. Now right here, he's been in the wall again in that Toyota. Well, can you really tell? Well, his entire right side scraped up. That's a good telling sign.
I mean, take a look at what he did.
He added 12.5 seconds of damage to his race car.
That's pretty spot on. So they got that faster curve they needed. Oh, hard hit there that time off the corner. Yeah, I think Matt Haas wants to come and hit it. There's a call. He's pitting, and this time the leaders are about 4 seconds behind him. So he's going to have to get low and get slow. Here comes Hawthorne around the outside, and Matt Haas to the apron. So see if he gets down to that 45 mile an hour, slides the tires and smoke from the right front, left front both. No penalty yet, but definitely an aggressive entry.
An extremely aggressive one at that, absolutely. So, not the greatest of runs today for the 8 machine. As he goes into the jacks already, lots of smoke from the hit of the brakes. So he is on his cycle. He went 60 laps. He didn't go the full 70 for this stint. But
yeah, he got fresher tires now, though. A lot fresher tires.
Downside, he's going to be at least 2 laps down.
So I'm not pretty sure. I'm not capable of thinking of more than 20 minutes ahead. So I'm not really sure what this pit strategy how it's going to work out or line up for him. Sebastian's going to go 1 lap down, the right behind Anderson there to see it. Fighting still to get back on the lead lap. That's Hawthorne right in front of this battle there with Anderson and Sebastian. So Hawthorne 2 laps down, almost 3 laps down. Anderson gets around him. They're going to close right on up together.
Temperatures are dropping. Now, before my memory goes 20 minutes away, I will ask this. Did you just call yourself a beta fish? That's how long they last typically, is 20-something days.
I don't know what a beta fish is, to be honest. So
those little fishies you get at a pet store that are in a plastic cup, no air holes. You buy a fish, it's for display for 20 days, and it's dead.
I think that's probably a pretty accurate description of taking what you just said there and comparing to my memory. That's as accurate as we're gonna get.
Well, it's gonna get interesting for some of the battles because P2 has closed up. Touring down the back straightaway. Christian Leonard just got doored by Prince. Caution flag is out. What just happened there?
I don't believe that. So that you talked about it. That is Mark Prince was in second. So this is gonna throw all the strategy out the window. I was in contact with Leonard for second.
It all started in turn 4 almost. I'm not sure what in the world. Let's see this. Break this down because I'm not sure where the dooring part comes in.
So it's going to come into play off of turn 2. Mark Prince gets really, really tight through 3 and 4. Come through a triangle. Chris and they're going to wash up, get right behind him. About to turn them, he bumps the gas load, lets Mark Prince keep the spot. Able to keep it rolling. And then, back to normal. This battle is through 1 and 2. The side by side, Leonard on the bottom. They're going to see Mark Prince get the run off the high side here. And just take a hard left into the door of Leonard. Not very happy. And the golden rule of stock car racing, don't wreck someone without wrecking yourself. And that's exactly what Mark Prince just did.
I don't understand why you even try that. That's like a NASCAR console game move. That's not sim.
Well, they view not unless from Mark Prince's background as there might be a NASCAR heat.
Well, on that note, 7 Hawthorne picked up a purple lap. That was just before everything all got to wildness. Race off the pit road just took an interesting twist. These two will be acquainted again. We're at 25% in still. And everybody able to take tires. Ryan Kilbashian was your lucky dog. Just 4 were on the lead lap at the time of caution.
So, going based off the pass, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. They're going to give everyone at least 1 wave around, so we're going to get 6, 7, at least, maybe 8 guys back on the lead lap, maybe even 7 Hawthorne and David De Silva. So I think we're going to play that one by ear and see how that one happens, but it should get everyone back, or at least pretty close to the lead lap.
Yeah, it's a helpful one. Colin Grace took a few moments. He gets on the lead lap 2 now, as he takes his invitation. So, as look out, David Silva wants to go 2 laps down and does, so he got a couple laps back this time of the waves. In fact, they have now confirmed with all the waves, they will put basically everyone who is 1 lap down this now wave period back to the lead lap, if I understand this correctly. There they go, 7 Hawthorne's back in the ball game.
Yep, same with Matt Haas as well, so I believe we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back in a jiffy.
Welcome back to TKC. It's National Series once again with 3/4 of the World 600/Coke 600 to go. Just Prince Braden Laster with you, DJ Line, our producer, as it is Alex Anderson and Alex Wiggins on the front row. That's Mark Prince and Christian Leonard in the top 4. Kilbashian in the 5th position. Everyone else got wave rounds using their league-allowed wave round provisionals. Including Haas, Hawthorne, Grace, Aguilar. De Silva is still stuck a lap down. Green flag is out, back to racing, and it could get interesting. Still 3/4 distance to go.
That's definitely a long one left to go. A lot of history to write down in the books. Anderson is writing his own story. Led most of the first quarter of the race, but Alex Wiggins and Mark Prince are going to slide right there in that second and third. So Mark Prince, actually the reason for the caution, benefited greatly from that, because now he's going from 10, 12 seconds back off the leader to half a second.
So they run now hard into the corner. Could get interesting again for the top three. Keep an eye on that fight. Drivers like Cass able to get somewhat on cycle. He is on 7 lap older tires. Also, Aguilar outside passing 7, who we know saves a lot this point in the run.
Now Hawthorne, we've seen have a ton of late race speed all season, late run speed too, so expect pit stops, about 65, 70 laps. We just had pit stops for everyone, but green flag pit stops expected to keep it going. You just mentioned though, 7 Hawthorne, 36 lap old tires.
Yes, he had asked, can I pit with the closed pit, and just dropped to the back. He got the answer yes after he passed the barriers. So he is on old tires, the oldest in the field outside of maybe, no wait, he does have the oldest.
Yeah, it's not going to hurt him at all. I said the Silva on 31 lap old tires, still 1 lap down, but good news is cautions breed cautions. The way they're racing this top five, Sunday. They're definitely, I'm sure, going to see caution soon.
This could get interesting for the race lead, won't it? Because Prince now wants to lead for the first time. He is pushing the fastest laps of the race for the race lead. He's within a 10th of Anderson.
He's closing that door up big time, over a 10th quicker last time by. Wiggins starting to fall back quite a bit. 3-4 car lengths between Wiggins and Prince for second. Anderson in the wall, but he puts the right rear. Talk about using the whole track. He paid for the whole track. He's going to use the whole track. Prince closing up even more off of turn 2.
Yeah, a lot of slippy slidey back there as Wiggins gets shuffled. Now top line run for Prince. He's trying the diamond. Dirty Air immediately says no more double diamond.
That Prince trying to change it up a little bit, running in the tire tracks of Anderson. Not going to work out when you get this close, so they put away Leonard, though, the third over Wiggins, as Prince trying to make that high side stick.
Problem is, that has destroyed tires today. This is absolutely the hardest he's pushed tonight. He's running 29.7s, his fastest lap last time by.
Yeah, I think it is a great strategy with 20 laps to go and not 291. So I think short run Prince is definitely the man to beat now. Has Anderson, in his grasp, but long run, I think we'll see Mark Prince fall back quite a bit here.
Here's the thing, Anderson's falling into his trap. New fastest lap for Anderson today, 29.792. This is going to be perfect for Christian Leonard in 20 laps if they keep this up. And they still haven't even gotten side by side.
No, yeah, I think they get side by side. It's definitely all out the window, long run for them until they can reset themselves to their caution. If I'm Anderson, I'm just letting Prince go. But, I mean, you want to lead as many laps as you can. I get that, but you're going to burn up a ton of tires and you're going to lead a lot less laps just by not having that mid-long run speed.
There's a look at that second pack, that giggle saying, go ahead, run away. We're just going to save. Wiggins saving aggressively. Kabashian checking up Grace in the saving pack. Aguilar forced up high side in it. In fact, Aguilar, if anything, preferring to stay out of the tire tracks.
Yeah, Sam Hawthorne, though, in that 45-ish lap on tires now, he's fallen back quite a bit, about 5-6 seconds off the second pack. But now this second pack is saying to Mark Prince and Alex Anderson, nah, you guys go ahead, we'll catch up later. I'm sure the way that Prince and Anderson are going, they'll definitely catch up.
Grace falling into the trap but going high side. Now to follow Aguilar. 2x2. Wiggins just letting it roll on the inside. Race lead battle has cooled down. The gap is 2.5 seconds to this entire pack up to your race leader.
Yeah, you got Mark Prince starting to fall back a little bit, 3/10. Anderson, though, in the wall, going through 3. Able to keep it going straight. Mark Prince doesn't close up too much, but I think I run a different line or try something different. You can't just run in his tire tracks. And then are now falling to Matt Haas in that battle for third. Kevin Aguilar to his outside. So the battle heating up big time in the second pack. Leonard doors Aguilar going through 1 side by side, giving position to Leonard barely for a second.
Oh, they're getting a little bit antsy, to say the very least. Aguilar nearing to the wall. Grace may have touched it at least with a paper.
Yeah, definitely trying to write their own storylines. Leonard Lowe ripping the lip, not necessarily, but up there by the wall. Matt Haas on third there, right in front of him. Leonard trying to get that third spot back. A huge run out of the corner. They're side by side in this whole second pack. It's battle for third on the screen. Haas on the 8 machine on the bottom. He's going to take the advantage over Leonard. Leonard with a diamond line crossover move off of turn 2. You'd think these guys are racing like it's the last lap. We still got 280 something to go.
Crossover battle now for third still. And Haas really trying to push the tempo on the endurance karting machine. Leonard still trying to keep the crossovers back and forth amongst them so far. All of this is allowing Colin Grace to have the best run of his race so far. He had so many issues to start off the race, Braden. He's finally figured something out. He's in 5th.
Yeah, and I think you got a couple guys who are starting to set their pace, set their race, and kind of say, hey, I'm committed to this strategy. And Mark Prince is starting to fall off quite a bit compared to Alex Anderson. Colin Grace, we talked about him, actually one of the quickest cars on the track right now. So we're going to have to see him kind of move his way up through this field as Leonard, pretty quick, but Colin Grace at 27, definitely the quickest car, going to be one to watch.
Here's Kilbashian. We talked about him battling for the lucky dog position before. He's now instead having a battle with the 11 machine for position after the wave around cycling. He's still on one of the newer tire sets in the field with him being able to pit here. Grace now making mistakes has opened up the battle for them in the 11.
Yeah, these guys going at it, definitely not doing anyone any favors at all. They're burning up their tires left and right and allowing Anderson and Mark Prince to pull away. Although Anderson's now pulled away over half a second to Mark Prince.
Lights still not on over the racetrack quite yet, but the track temperature has now gone -5 since the drop of the green flag today. One's currently gusting towards the south for the time being around the racetrack. Not expecting wind to be the factor, more so how much grip with the rubber buildup, and better yet, how much track temp is sustained from all these laps, from all these cars on the racetrack.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be laying the rubber down, make it definitely a multi-groove track. Track temperature hasn't changed a whole lot since going here. The outside temperature definitely is picking up a hair as that sun's starting to hammer the track direct now 3 and 4. We had a bit of a cloud coverage earlier, but that sun's starting to set big time. Lights should come on pretty soon, and that's going to change the whole pace of the race when we go full nighttime racing.
And that's going to be a beautiful visual by then. And Grace has now burned up the right front. Kevin Aguilar forced the lift. Aguilar almost in thinking mode. He prefers the high side, but also has to know this is hurting his tires. What do? Do you keep the status quo, or do you change it up? Or better yet, can you change it up if you're him?
I mean, you got to pick a strategy and stick with it. You can't really be changing it up back and forth. But if you know something's not going to work early on, you want to change it as quick as you can. Something's not working out, though. The 8 machine, Matt Haas, he slammed the wall pretty good coming off the corners last couple of times, right up there by him. See him because he's a closest car up there by the wall in the 8 machine. But he's definitely getting tight, bringing that right front up a little bit more than the others.
Now he changes it up inside and immediately has success to get alongside Grace for the pass. Downside is he's already 5 seconds back of the leaders. He's lost the draft from Matt Hassan group. By the way, for those wondering why is the 8 all of a sudden dropping, he's got slightly older tires because he claimed I just pit. So he's technically got some scuffed tires from the start of the run onward by 2-3 laps. Right now those tires aren't holding up long term.
But he's been on the alternate strategy, split that first half in a run, or split that first run in half compared to everyone else put on lap 30 compared to 65 to 70. So he's on a different strategy that cost him change things quite a bit. And I don't know if he's trying to save an extra set. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But you got 12 sets in the pits. I don't think tire saving is a huge deal as far as saving a set in the pits. On track, definitely a big deal.
So, right now, things looking solid and stable for now. Looking up front again, Anderson currently again, running away towards the sunlight, or at least attempting to before the sun drops off. Prince has fallen back a second and a half, so in the end, the battle of who would burn up more stuff still went the way towards both of them. Anderson beating Prince in that battle.
That Prince down about a second and a half now compared to Anderson. Anderson dominant advantage. Saw the same thing happen last run. They started to close up, but no one's really set himself as a favorite this run. I mean, you got Leonard, who's pretty quick and quickest car on track currently. But him and Alex Wiggins and Sebastian are all kind of going at 3 cars, the 3 scooters, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, all within half a second of each other. But I think they need to figure out this battle for 3rd before they make up too much ground on Prince and Anderson.
Yeah, it almost looks like co-opetition, if anything, for the time being. Not too bad, but also, again, if you battle too much, you lose time.
100%. Come to, we were talking about my 20-minute memory earlier. Yeah, we can throw that completely at the window, trying to figure out Matt Haas's strategy, because that caution changed a lot of different things. Now, I mean, came out right on lap 100. You estimate 65, 70 laps on a fuel run. So, I mean, really only going to be pitting, what, 3, maybe 4 more times?
Correct. And that's if it goes green, which for Seven Hawthorne is not what he would want, because he is about to be lapped by the time the pit cycle starts up again.
Well, if we get a caution, they'll give him his lap back. That's the good news about the TKC series. They'll give you a wave around if you're not the cause of the caution. Or it's a deliberate cause. They still gave Mark. Actually, I don't think Mark Prince ever went lap down, but Hawthorne definitely not having a fun run here. There's nothing you can really do when you got 30, 40 lap older tires. And actually, looking at the time and the scoring, he's right now at 59 laps since he last pitted. Leonard, though, with a heavy block for 3rd on Wiggins. Wiggins going to mute up, tell Leonard how he feels about it. These two are definitely not playing nice at all, but expect Hawthorne to pit here in the next 10 laps.
Depper's starting to build up in this pack. How long does the calmness stay stagnant? Right now, a little bit of moments once again. Wiggins right now trying to go back on the aggressive.
Wiggins going to slide right back in line to Leonard. Sebastian 3rd in line for these guys. 3-car breakaway for 3rd. Try and settle it out, and they're not gaining any time at all. Mark Prince is actually falling back so much, he's about to join this battle for 3rd, whether he likes to or not.
Yeah, absolutely boxed in at the time being. Sebastian just waiting in the popcorn seat.
So nothing you can really do there except hope for the best. But, I mean, Anderson now huge advantage over Leonard, Prince, Wiggins, and Sebastian. I mean, 2-3 seconds. So, I mean, nothing you can really do there. Just hope for a caution. Kind of change your strategy up a little bit to catch Anderson.
Speaking of changing things up, Aguilar looking to change the position. Looks like he will here quite easily.
That Matt Haas is going around in the 8th machine. He's been going at it almost all race, ironically, but Matt Haas and older rubber can't really put up too much of a fight. Give Kevin Aguilar that 6th spot. So every point matters in the long run. Aguilar is one of those guys that we've seen have a lot more consistency this season than last. And looking at the standings right now, not 100% sure where he's at, but I know he's up there.
Yeah, in terms of points, Matt is in 7th. He actually gained 2 spots from another top 10 run. Here's the side-by-side that's been waiting for a bit. Wiggins now saying, I want to go. He's trying to keep it stuck. Leonard trying to pinch.
And then remember that Haas had able to get the run, and then going back to that battle real quick with Aguilar and Haas. Aguilar is 1 spot in points in front of Matt Haas, so that's a huge battle there. And like I said, everyone in through should be in the playoffs. They just show up almost every week. That's what we saw last season, but we still want to have a nice little run going in. As the Silva now says, you know what, I'm going to really show up to you guys. He's 1 lap down, but you know, he's going to pass Kevin Aguilar as well way back there. So Silva only car a lap down. Kevin Hawthorne about to join him, but his battle for 3rd is definitely heating up.
Temper starting to build up here at the time being. Oh, and a bit of a push from the inside of the 8. They make contact, but Leonard is holding serve in that battle for third. When they get the second, it could get interesting. 7 Hawthorne pitting this time, by the way.
I've expected that. He didn't pit during the wave around. He went 3 laps down due to having to serve a penalty. Let's hope he doesn't get another penalty. That can definitely be race ending. Here he comes down, slow and steady, 45-mile-an-hour pit road speed. You don't want to mess it up here.
So, nice and easy. No speeding this time, so no troubles. The reason mentioned you could get interesting with the 36, 2/10 off the pace of everyone in this pack. And Wiggins doesn't want to wait till then, shows the nose, and now he bumps him.
Now Wiggins not showing the nose, showing the bumper, pulling the chrome horns out of the hat, and that's the magic trick that Christian Leonard didn't like at all. Leonard still with the advantage. No one catch Mark French here like a falling captain on a boat. Nothing he can really do except try and hang on and burn up his tires big time in the early run here. But here comes Christian Leonard to Alex Wiggins. Sebastian's falling back quite a bit compared to these two. See him in the background of the blue number 10 there, but they're about to swallow up Mark French pretty whole here.
And another bump. I'm not sure what the decision of bump and running in the corner is going to pay off here.
I mean, we've seen them at short tracks. We've seen them maybe a little bit on the straightaways trying to unsettle them, but I mean, bump and run at 165, 170 miles an hour, definitely not ideal. It's going to be difficult to hang on to. Something you might be running from is, Christian Leonard chasing it down under caution. So Mark French, I don't know if he took his fast here, but now looking the inside of Leonard. Leonard trying to shut the door, not able to get it sealed side by side to 3 and 4 for third. Mark French, though, joining this battle. We got a battle for second now.
Still heating up here. Wiggins bump and running 2 times in 3 laps. Now they're about to go side by side by the end of turn 3, possibly next lap. Prince is forced to run the high side with the tires. Leonard, after getting repairs done, is still quicker. Remember, that's the reason he had to get repairs done, was the last time these two ran side by side.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if Mark Prince can do anything except hang on the high side and help you get side by side and just maintain the run. Able to keep that position for now, but Leonard and Wiggins barely touches the wall with that right side. Not too catastrophic. Leonard now running the high line, ripping the lip. Look at him go.
Now trying it again. Now he's trying to take a little peek. Has to force to reset. Prince moving from the middle to the top line this time. Leonard now trying to play this cautious.
That gets right in the back bumper, the tire tracks. Mark Prince gets the draft down the straightaway. Wiggins with a little bit of bump. So much bump drafting these two. Christian and Alex Wiggins right down the straightaway. They're closing in on Anderson. They're actually a little bit quicker than Alex Anderson despite battling. Not much quicker, but a little bit.
Back into a single file yet again. So now, in nearly to the wall goes Prince. Here comes Leonard. He does it easily, and a huge block on Wiggins.
Prince finally goes around, had to do it around the outside. But Prince was trying to get out of the way there. Maybe not, I don't know, but Prince still has that advantage over Wiggins, but Christian Leonard the second should be able to pull away. No, Prince with a run off the corner, right to the back bumper of Leonard, gives him a bump going to the 3. Bumper to bumper, bumper love.
This isn't going to last for too long. Wiggins is faster right now by about 1/10 before this point, if not 2/10. Now Leonard blocking the 36 into the wall. Wiggins showing the nose. Now Wiggins way up the track again.
Side by side for that third, and here comes 7 Hawthorne. 2 laps down, but with very, very fresh tires. Going to separate them a little bit. Absolute flying, gets right behind his teammate Christian Leonard in that battle for second. So Hawthorne kind of still helping out his friend, able to separate, pull Mark Prince and Alex Wiggins just a little bit back off the back bumper of Christian Leonard.
Temper, everybody's tempers building up around the racetrack, to say the very least right now. Wiggins trying to wrap the bottom, now forced to reset with all this. What are you going to do if you're the 11? You know, you've already had history of big blocks and contact already with the 36. How do you make sure you do this without risking the contact?
Well, it depends on Wiggins' long-term plan. We talked about this is him and the 36's debut night here in the TKC National Cup Series. And if you want to stay here for a long time, not a fun time, then I'd recommend playing this as clean as you can get. If not, they're going to get a quick boot. Thinking about my hero, Wyatt, I think it was Wyatt something, the People's Champion. Watkins then got disqualified middle of the race last season, Wyatt Smith. So you don't want a Wyatt Smith 2.0.
I think that's an understatement. But right now, these two are playing a dangerous blocking game. Right now, Leonard trying to play the same line. Prince trying to approach it, trying to go second groove instead. The draft seems to be helping the 36, if anything.
Yeah, Seven Hawthorne about to go only one lap down, working his way around Alex Anderson. So see if he's able to hold him up at all, get him back to his teammate Christian Leonard. Anderson just went up the track, let him on by, so no team games there to really be worried about. But Leonard, though, is hanging on for dear life. Prince right behind him. I don't know where Prince found the speed at. He was falling back like a desperate, captain going down with this ship, and he's found a lot of speed here to maintain his battle for second.
But for how long? He nearly clocks the wall. They're 45 laps into the run. Pit stops, by the way, for Carlin Grace and David De Silva. For De Silva, it was scheduled, not for Grace. Lap 145, coming to 146 already in this time around. Here comes the poke from Wiggins. Just not enough to get alongside. He's just that even to Prince.
Yeah, he's got the speed to stay bumper to bumper, though, but doesn't have the speed to pass him and seal the deal. So I think I don't think he's content in riding in third, but that's why he's got to, stick with it. Doesn't have the speed to get around Leonard, but has to just kind of be content, I guess, with riding in third for now, unless Leonard makes a mistake. As now Alex Wiggins falling back a little bit.
Yeah, been a mistake that lap, it looked like, as now both of them in the wall. Just about Leonard trying to play the line. Mark just about followed him into the wall.
Monkey see, monkey do, and one car in the wall, two car in the wall, might as well pull up three of them in the wall, and so far Leonard's still with that advantage. You're closing up big time on Alex Anderson, made about half a second the last couple laps. I don't know if Anderson's tires are falling, if, Prince and Leonard are starting to work together, make up a ton of ground.
Yeah, right now, despite the fact they've had this aggressive battle, they are maintaining Alex Anderson. Anderson, by the way, has led 143 laps. He's become essentially the Martin Truex Jr. for TKC in this race tonight. As in, the time when he dominated the Coke 600 in a Toyota a few years ago.
I mean, basically that. He's led almost all but 4 or 5 laps and pulling away with it so far. We're up to see how they start to kind of reel him in and see if they're able to get there before they start their next round green flag pit stop expected in 15 to 20 laps. So he's able to maintain just a tenth a lap a gap, and then he's going to be too far off and able to kind of maintain a run on fresher tires, and hopefully he doesn't have a bad pit stop. But so far, Leonard, this last time by, who's a 10th coming across the line right now. Christian Leonard, that's a 10th faster, so I don't think he's going to get there before pit stops.
Yeah, he's already scraped out the right front with some contacts to the wall starting to build up. That's around the time where he got very tight last time. Seems to be, for now though, feeling a little less pressure is the main difference. Pit stop time, by the way, you've seen in the backdrop. Some drivers starting to roll their way to the pit road in the next little bit here. Believe that might have been Aguilar, who is dealing with technical issues. So, just like that, half the field in the lead lap, half not with pit stop.
Yeah, a little bit of an undercut going on. This might work out great for guys like Kevin Aguilar, coming in a little bit earlier than everyone else. They're going to be quicker for quite a few laps. Fall off, they were running, high 29, so about second half of fall off this run since the caution 52 laps ago. So Anderson able to build a little bit of a buffer, or not build it, but maintain just at 2 seconds last time by. Mark Prince closing up back again to Leonard, and meanwhile Alex Wiggins completely falling off this battle for second.
Yeah, he's now fallen off by an extra tenth a lap compared to everyone else. Aguilar currently dealing with his tech issues, staying in the pit lane for the time being. Things have now fully calmed down, and Leonard now trying to chip away the gap right before the pit stop cycle yet again. Next window, on schedule at least, will be around lap 165 to lap 170 tonight.
Yeah, I say we're going to expect them pretty soon, and I want to sit here and do some math real quick, try to extend that 20-minute memory and that 20-minute math skill. So Leonard, though, was able to close the gap, get up to Alex Anderson, force him to make a mistake, speed in the pit road. That could be catastrophic to anyone and everyone involved, but like you mentioned, Aguilar likes to stay in pit road. No one else though coming in yet, but Mark Prince in third, Wiggins in fourth, and I think Ryan Sebastian could really benefit from doing a big undercut here.
Yeah, possibly. It's going to be the important thing, is being smart on these kind of plays right now, especially with how this is all going. So, what's going to your mind through a race like this right now? When you're already near halfway, you're actually making near record time. But what's going through the mind right now?
I mean, at this point, we're not even halfway in the race. I mean, you're sitting here, you've been racing your heart out, especially if you're Christian Leonard, Mark Prince, and Wiggins, for the past, 30, 40 laps, or you've burnt the tires up. And then you come down and 10 to 15 laps, you're thinking already about that pit strategy, that pit stop. How can you try something different? What can you do to the car? These are fixed setups, so they can't really change a whole lot with the car, but what can you do to your driving strategy? Maybe have a little bit better short run speed and just, expect that better fall off, or try to maintain it middle around. There's all kinds of different driving techniques you can try to employ here in this next run, but everything you've been doing the last 20, 30, 40 laps, when you come down and take fresh tires, throw them out the window. You've been hitting the brake because you've burned up that right front that much. You need to slow the car down that much. Throw it out the window. As Kevin Aguilar throws his brakes out the window, he's going to disconnect due to the technical issues.
Yeah, it seems like that's going to be a rough break, at least for the Ford. That will put him 10th in the very end for tonight, after what has been a up and down night for Kevin Aguilar on speed. So, some of those on strategy are already on the verge of unlapping themselves. Kilbashian last and lead lap before the end of the cycle right now. 7 Hawthorne is the one that's been ripping around to get his lead lap back. 7, he's the only one lap down with his pit cycle, by the way.
Well, we mentioned that he went 2-3 laps down to that penalty and wasn't able to pit during that lap 100 caution pit cycle. So had to pit already. I think when everyone starts to pit here in the next couple of laps, he should cycle back to the lead lap. But as far as green flag run goes, if it goes green, I don't think he has any chance of really being able to win it. As Anderson, though, he's going to get passed by Colin Grace. Colin Grace is only going to go back to 1 lap down. So we get a lucky dog during the pit cycle here. Sam Hawthorne gets his lead lap back, and Colin Grace will get the lucky dog, but they should give everyone a lucky dog and get back on the lead lap. That's what they've done in the past. So expect pit stops the next couple of laps. About 5 to 10 laps is what I'm estimating.
Pit window about to open up. And yet again, Mark Prince is trying a diamond line. This driver is not willing to back down. They are within 1.5, 1.6 seconds now for the race lead. He's more focused on second.
And that's Matt Haas, actually right behind them, actually going side by side, 3 laps down, has a lot of fresher tires, not going to go around Mark Prince there. So it's not bad for position between the number 8 machine and the 43 and 36. But he's definitely making it look good. So Matt Haas, a bit of a different strategy. Look at the pit strategy map, though. For everyone besides Matt Haas, Kevin Aguilar gets back, and 7 Hawthorne for the most part. Maybe Colin Grace, a couple guys aren't on. Bit different strategy, but to go 65-ish laps on a pit run, you can expect them to pit about lap 165. So in 3 to 4 laps, Then they're going to pit once again about lap 230, then right around 295 or 300, and from there, their final stop will be about lap 360 to 375 maybe, depending on how to stretch it out. So guaranteed at least 4 more stops if this thing goes green flag. Well, 4 more stops no matter what, but those laps if it goes green flag racing.
So far, though, you have to give credit to Anderson. The race has kind of gone his way, where short distance mattered more as Matt Haas uses the outside line as a ramp. So far, he's played this out very well. Even though he's not the best on the long run, he's been so good on that short and mid run we touched upon. No one else has been able to touch him outside of 7, who's been too quick on pit road already once.
Yeah, I think that penalty for 7's really hurt him. He's going to need one more caution to really get back in the running for this thing. But Mark Prince had a great short run battle with Alex Anderson, but just wasn't able to seal the deal and fell back big time. But interesting on time of late race or late run speed, and was able to maintain this piece in the short run. I think he's going to have something for Alex Anderson.
Our diamond line attempt. Another opportunity, still not in the full makings quite yet from the 36. It's the closest it seems he's able to get before that exit, or before that entry, should say, where he tries the diamond. He can't close the gap.
I'm a big fan of the diamond line. In the wall. That's not what I'm a fan of, though. But if you're able to get right up there by the wall in the entry and then get a huge arch, you're going to have a huge run down the straightaway and able to make up a ton of time. And it's a little hard to pass unless you're able to set up just right, but you can definitely make up a decent amount of time doing it.
Pit window's open this time around. See if anyone ducks in or if everyone stretches to the full 70 this time. We are just about at turn on lights minute for the race conditions, by the way.
You know, I don't know if anyone tried to think about this math, but I've heard some guys say they can stretch it about 71, 72, maybe 74 laps. I did have to save big time. Nobody had to start saving way back on lap 100 when we went back to green flag racing, but you could almost, in theory, stretch out to about lap 170, 175, and then you'll hit about 250-ish, 260-ish, and then hit again about 325. It would be very, very, very tight, and then one caution would ruin it all. But you could try and make a 3-stopper. I don't think anyone's going to, because you're going to have to save, gallons of fuel across the final 230-something laps of this race.
Yeah, the math doesn't work out right now. At least, unless there's some timing cautions. Leonard hits the wall now. And every time someone scrapes the wall like that, the first thought is, did they damage the chassis? Did they damage the bottom? Well, it looks like it's going to be Mark Prince going a little more aggressive on pit road this time. And he gets to the speed limit.
So, Christian Leonard just calls that as well. He's following Mark Prince in this time. Mark Prince has confidence. Alex Wiggins right behind him. Actually, Wiggins had a nice aggressive entry, made up a ton of time there to Mark Prince. So, made up over 2 seconds.
Yeah, and Wiggins, in fact, nearly trying to pass him into the pit box there with the speed differential. Looks like he had to back up twice.
Not what you want to do this money stop time, and you're throwing money out the window. Alex Anderson and Christian are going to follow these two in. So, Mark Prince and Alex Wiggins. Wiggins going to win the race off pit road, but they need an amazing outlap here.
Anderson makes the slow roll down to pit road, and he ends up hitting the marks, no problem. So far, outright domination. That leaves Ryan Kilbashian, the last of those on the lead lap, to need to pit. He just put a hand out the window as well. So, 4 tires and fuel for the field, as Kevin Aguilar has returned to the race.
That's multiple 15 laps down, but gets selected. Oh my gosh, Ryan Kilbashian about got his doors taken off there by Seven Hawthorne and Kevin Aguilar. Oh my lord.
Caution.
Flag is out.
Caution flag is out. It's because Christian Leonard has had an issue on the pit exit. He looped it trying to go to the gears and blew the motor.
it seems like a missed downshift by Leonard. He didn't have the same mistake that I believe De Silva had, and no, De Silva hit that bump there and lost it.
Race control
Man.
is trying to figure out the same thing, confirmed by Leonard. He shifted wrong, blew the engine. Christian Leonard is using the sequential shifter for the first time today. Apparently, he just managed to blow it up for the first time.
So we're going right on board. Had a beautiful pit stop, getting the pits, and Leonard Dad said his first time using his new shifter this time. Just wasn't used to it. Got a little too aggressive with it, and you're going to see here has a great exit. Getting up through the gears, you're going to hear him shift real be quiet. You're going to see the gear shift at the bottom right of the screen indicator. That from second to first. Just blows it.
A extremely quick money shift. Great job to get off the racing surface, but obviously going to put him several laps down with the toe. Take him out of the conversation for the race to win, at least for the time being. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll sort out the field. You're watching Maconi Entertainment.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Charlotte, where things continue to stay very interesting. Christian Leonard's 2 laps down after taking the faster pair. He's now down to none remaining. David De Silva, he ended up just getting a black flag cleared after entering a closed pit while claiming that he passed someone. And Alex Anderson, which is the most important part, he's the race leader over Wiggins, Prince, and Kilbashian. This also puts Seven Hawthorne back in the ballgame, as he's now on equal tires compared to the rest of the field. Kilbashian had just pit at the time of caution. Green, green, green. Great run for Seven. He lines it up with the whole inside line moving.
That is going to line everyone back up on the exact same strategy. Leonard 2 laps down. He saw him the reason for the caution. Blew his motor coming out of pit road. Had a faster pair, able to get back on track 2 laps down.
Now we'll see how the short run battles play out. Remember, Prince pushed Anderson to near the limit. He's going straight to the inside, and now he wants the lead. Anderson pushed up out of the groove. Here comes Mark Prince. Anderson hits the wall. Anderson hits him in response. Caution flag is out. At least 5 cars stack up into it. I don't know what else to say.
I am speechless. I mean, that took out a lot of really, really fast cars. Kilbashian got air. Then reduced his fast spur. He's able to make it through barely. But this is it's going to end some of these guys' nights if he took a faster pair early. Mark Prince says he does have a faster pair. That's the end of the night for Mark Prince. Wow.
The crime didn't fit the punishment is one way you can phrase it. Again, they didn't make contact. There was a good distance between the two of them the whole time, it seemed.
Here, replay here. Anderson in the 6-7. Mark Prince in the 36. Prince gets a run. Doesn't really bump Anderson out of the way a whole lot. Anderson up, and then Anderson gonna come off the wall here, just straight in the right rear of Mark Prince and take both of them out. And then here comes the rest of the field coming through. See if we can get on board maybe with Ryan Kilbashian in the 10 car. He's running 5th at the time of the caution, but they're gonna come down the track right in front of him, and then he's gonna get hit from behind from Matt Haas. Alex Anderson's disconnected as well. That's it for Alex Anderson. So your 2 leaders have disconnected, and they've called it.
Let's take a look from Kilbashian. This fell into his lap. He has picked up the faster pair. Let's see.
He got a great run down the back straightaway, closed up big time, and that's Alex Wiggins who's going to cycle through the lead right there in front of him. But coming on board to see Alex Anderson, the green cars, comes down, right hooks 36, and just nowhere to go. Gets hit from behind from Matt Haas, and we're able to keep it going, but lost his front bumper and definitely some right front damage. Had to take that faster pair.
A lot of conversation on the radio. That's the only thing to really say. So Christian Leonard will get a wave around this time. He just avoided that incident after using the faster pair for the money shift last time. Colin Grace looks like he's going to have to come in as he picked up significant contact. So Alex Wiggins, David De Silva, Seven Hawthorne appear to be the only ones in the field not involved in this incident.
Yeah, that took out a lot of really, really fast cars. We already said Alex Anderson has left the session. He is done for the night. So it seems Mark Prince, though, is on pit road. Doesn't have a faster pair, but still trying to get that damage fixed and get back out there. I mean, hit the wall head on. He's missed his front bumper and more. So I'm more than just a roll of duct tape to fix.
So a lot to talk about here. Let's take a step aside if we can here. We'll sort things out when we come back. Right now, the field trying to sort itself out after a big incident before the halfway point here at Charlotte. Welcome back. We're down to 8 cars after a big incident, seeing 3 fast repairs have to be used and 2 DNFs. And just like that, the race just took a very swift turn. Alex Wiggins, David De Silva in the front row, Hawthorne, Kilbashian, Grace, and Leonard, your top 6 lead lappers. So, this should be an interesting time here. New chances for different race leaders after that incident, seeing the dominant car of the night spark the big one. Green, green, green. Back on her way, newcomer Wiggins leading for the first time.
Yeah, it started on pole, but hasn't led a lap all night. Anderson's been nothing but perfect, and once again leads quite a bit of a race. It's led to basically all but 4 or 5 laps this race until now, and just like the rest of the season, it's been catastrophic, and will not find victory lane tonight.
Here comes 7. And he makes it very fast again. Wiggins yet to get a lead lap under green in his TKC start. Hawthorne to the point.
Yeah, here comes Alex Wiggins, though. Try and get right, slide right behind that back bumper with Hawthorne. Hawthorne, though, has won all 3 races so far this season. But looking for victory lane again tonight, 4 in a row.
It'd be the type of year as De Silva near contact to Wiggins in the backdrop. A lot of people are not expecting these checkups. Remember, it's straight up a tire mechanism. It's not an intentional play. It's, I'm just slowing down a lot more to save tire.
That's how I think Christian Leonard's doing in that 43. We saw him do that very first run in the race. Was able to maintain quite a decent pace. You see him last car in line here. Able to not really carry the same speed as everyone else, but I think it's going to work out in the long run.
Right now, Kilbashian losing ground as Matt Haas saying, what's tire saving when you're 2 laps down? It's a construct after all. Why not get a lap back now and then get a lead lap if there's a caution? Or nearly hit the wall.
Matt Haas, 2 laps down, trying to get him back the old-fashioned way. Goes around to Silva in 3rd, goes around to Wiggins in 2nd. Now he's chasing down 7 Hawthorne. I don't know where the speed came from, but Matt Haas has a booster attached to the back of his car, and he's absolutely sending it over 4/10 quicker than their leader last time by.
He's going to lose that that lap back maybe eventually at the pace he's going long run. But it is sure fun to watch in short run. This time he plays the leader clean.
Matt Haas probably having the biggest grin on his face right now, I guarantee it. No one has ever just passed 7 Hawthorne directly on pace, it seems, in like all season like that. Especially at intermediate, at least that easily. Hawthorne normally will make you work for it, but I mean, he passed him like he had extra 50 horsepower.
Now, it looks like we do have some things on tires to mention. Wiggins did not pit that last caution. He's 8 laps older on rubber. De Silva, he's right now 5 laps older compared to the field. That's where some of the differences may be starting to come in on pace. Near contact for 2nd, Colin Grace near 8 up the back end of the 11. Here comes the run from Leonard alongside Kilbashian.
Yeah, fuel's going to be the biggest story, though, for these guys. It's still going to be a 4-stopper, but 1 more caution from this point on, and I think you can make it on maybe only 2 more green flag pit stops. It's going to be tight for sure, but anything can happen.
Here's a poke. De Silva peeled off the bottom. De Silva giving a squeeze back, but Leonard still has the better pace and the tires for the time being as he goes for the side draft.
Now, De Silva and Leonard, both these drivers, don't have a fastest pair left. I know Leonard for sure does. I don't think De Silva does either. Had contact earlier with the wall, brought out the first caution of the night, back on lap 100, but these two absolutely going. I think they have all the fastest pairs in the book.
Like Leonard making contact. He didn't want to give it up. De Silva still squeezing.
And De Silva on the radio. Now Leonard's pleading on the radio saying, let's not do this. We don't need to do this. We're letting 7 Hawthorne pull away. And now Alex Wiggins mics up, gives his opinion. of the matter.
Everybody is making friends tonight.
We're having fun, Justin. We're having fun.
We're racing cars today. It's a car race, after all.
Yeah, they're still going out on the radio. De Silva, Wiggins, and Leonard all trying to get the last word, and I think that's already playing in their drive, and you're starting to see them fall off just a little bit. So David De Silva just had the greatest one-line I think I've ever heard. If you want to be fast, just get around him.
You know, funnily enough in all of this, you still have the Lead 7 Hawthorne being a 10th quicker than these cars. Grace is the highest he's been in this series this year in second. Colin Grace just had everything work out perfectly. If he can manage a long run tonight, he's golden.
That's going to be the money there. He's able to manage a long run. I mean, absolutely dismal season for him. He's all the way down 10th in points, spots showing up for every single race. Season high was last week. He got his first top 10 of 7th. So if he's able to get the podium here, I don't think Colin Grace, I'm going to go back and double check this. I don't think Colin Grace has ever really been in a podium position. So it's going to be very, very exciting to hear from Colin Grace if we're able to at the end of the night.
And that's as long as he plays this smart. That's the critical point. Playing it smart's been a difficult thing for some. We'll see. Right now, Wiggins trying to keep things under the pressure for Leonard. Give him credit. He's working these old tires pretty well. Don't know if he's going to be able to keep this up for longer. Remember, Leonard has been much stronger than most after 30.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to make some magic happen, play a different strategy if they can, low it, save if they can. We talked about Leonard being one of the slowest cars earlier on, and he found something. But who's really found something, though, is Colin Grace. We were just talking about him. He's quicker than Leonard or Hawthorne by almost 2/10. And he's been running competitively inside the top 5, so I thought he wasn't saving at all. Also went back and double checked. Yeah, Colin Grace says he's the only one podium, and now it's his one of only 3 top 5 runs beginning with that podium coming out Coda. But Grace is one of our kind of a short track ace. We have a road course specialist, so see him run well at intermediate track. And it's not just because you had a lot of guys that racked out: Mark Prince, Anderson, Matt Haas, one lap down, Kevin Aguilar multiple laps down. Grace has been competitive all night long on the short runs. So that long run is really what hurts him, and he's able to maintain long run speed as he's closing up big time, less than 4/10 now to 7 Hawthorne.
He is 3/10 quicker than everyone else on the racetrack. Grace is saying, you know what? What's a long run if I'm not the leader? He is eating this gap up from the high line.
Yeah, be able to get to the lead here and lead some laps. It'd be the first time he's done that since Talladega in the playoffs last year. And before then, it was almost a 15 race gap between leading laps. He led 1 lap a week 2 or 3 at Rockingham, and then led laps in the season opener at Daytona. Only for a total of 9 laps his entire TKC season. He's made all but 1 race between this season and last season. So, being up front, something Colin Grace is used to, be able to get back up there around 7 Hawthorne, that's going to be, I'm sure, monumental for him.
Oh, by the way, pretty soon, remember eventually Matt will lose the lap likely back. That time is within the next 10 laps because he is falling right back up to these 2 as well. Especially since he's in the wall again.
Take a look at what he did. I mean, he's absolutely ripping. Talk about ripping a lip. He's tearing the right rear off and ripping it off and more. But Colin Grace starting to fall back just a little bit. Only 100th slower that last time by compared to Hawthorne. Still right there in the tire track, so able to get the draft. But Hawthorne's able to get the draft off of Matt Haas, and that's, I feel like, is a difference here. I mean, 3 or 4 tenths is less than that. Now 7 Hawthorne looking to put Matt Haas 2 laps down side by side through 1 and 2 almost. Yep, they're going to get the job done. Coming off of 2, Hawthorne about slides up into Haas. Haas not able to fall back, and they're still going to go at it.
Good awareness from the 18 this time as Matt pushes up and hits the wall himself. So, the game of cat and mouse, cooling the tires, then push, cool the tires, push, cool the tires, push. Is this 7 cooling the tires from that gap deficit, now pushing now that Grace is providing pressure, or is it just the better rubber?
I'm not really sure if it's a mixture of everything. There's a little bit of, speaking of everything, the battle for everything is going on back here. Wiggins, Leonard, De Silva, Sebastian, a couple others all going at it. 5 guys get Kevin Aguilar lapped down in this pack, but this is a battle for third. But to go back to your question there, I think just Hawthorne being a little bit of a better driver, able to maintain his tires a little bit now, and pulling away from Colin Grace now with the ease.
Take a look from Sebastian. He's in the wall. Try to make it stick from the high side. De Silva and Aguilar zip on by as a result. And now Leonard try to ride behind the 11. Still impressive, despite the tire cycle difference, for Alex Wiggins to now play defense now on Leonard.
Yeah, I think that defensive strategy is the big one you got to look out for. You can play as much defense as you want, but don't get turned, don't get hooked, and we've seen plenty of that tonight. So like to keep your nose on it, whether you get turned or to get loose. That seems to be the biggest worry for most of these guys.
Cross flags next time by 7 Hawthorne. Your current race leader has led for much of this stint now, after being a couple laps down at one point after having the first speeding penalty of the day. And now 7, his quest for 4 straight to start the season is well on the right track. 200 laps to go, this time by the stripe. 7 Hawthorne, your leader here in TKC, as we're near midway through this fuel stint. What a night so far, and we still have 200 laps to go.
This is not only just, halfway for these guys, but I mean, we've been on for 2 hours almost now. I mean, so these guys are really starting, they're getting tired, emotionally, physically, I'm sure. But Hawthorne, one of the more dominating performers. We mentioned, yeah, he has 3 wins of the season. He's only 5th as far as laps led goes. And he's only led 18 laps all season, so he's going to double that tonight. Might do a lot more than double it, though, if he's able to stay out front for these final 200 laps.
This train of cars now seeing Leonard really fall back. He ran a 10th slower than everyone else. Here's the track conditions. Lights, some are turning on, but not all. If anything, the big billboard down the back straightaway's got brighter lights than the lights above the circuit. That's going to pretty much change pretty quickly here. It's expected to finish in full darkness soon.
Yeah, we're going to see the lights start to come on if they haven't already. Not seen them yet, as you were talking about, but I think the old race under the lights is a whole different thing here, and then a whole different ball game. And something too is, we talk about 2 hours is rough on computers. You've got 2 hours to go. Just like a real race, you got to watch your hardware. You got to take care of it. Your computer's not really meant to handle this. So if you're pushing on storage, you might start to have some technical difficulties, some hardware issues. Those lights come on, that's going to really drain that CPU and that GPU usage. And I've seen guys that their computer is not really made for the task crash or lag out when those lights come on for a split second, and that causes them to crash on track. So it's going to be exciting to see, or not exciting, but you'll have to watch, see if anyone has any hardware issues here in the final half of this race.
It's why it's so important to make sure you get everything buckled up, dialed in, checked, make sure everything's optimized. And depending on the GPU and CPU usage, you might have it to where it's like a night and day difference in quality you were talking about. For some, it gets like smooth as glass from the nighttime. I had to play around with that personally recently, and that's why I mentioned this, Braden. Depending on how much frames you want, you might have it to where it's like a stark difference, and you might not get used to it once the lights turn on.
Exactly, and you might have your lighting, your shadings, your graphical shadings set to where you can't really load the marbles in or load the track dynamic in, and especially when the lights come on, you might have trouble finding the edge. And we talk about, I don't want to say pay to win, but having better hardware can definitely make it a better race as far as, finding your limit easier, because you can physically see it on the track, where the track starts to change a little bit. Riding on board, though, this is a 27, Colin Grace. He's falling back to Alex Wiggins. Wiggins, though, going to go right in for second. and De Silva now side by side coming off the 4.
Tires are burned off the 27 as everybody drives by like he's standing still. He's confirmed, I've burned my tires up, everyone can go.
You get a pass them, you get a pass them, you get a pass them. That's the Wiggins, De Silva, and Ryan Sebastian all taking a free piece or a free position there from Colin Grace. So Christian Leonard up next to get a free spot. He's kind of maintaining the runs. Actually, Colin Grace will make him work for a little bit. Side by side coming off a turn 4. Grace get to the right rear, a little bit of bumper draft or side draft. Still not cleared. Grace with that advantage actually almost going into 1, but literally going to seal the deal here. I'm wrapping that blue line there 1 and 2.
Nicely done. No troubles. So, 193 laps to go. Right now, Wiggins is faster than your leader despite the cycle difference. Now, that's with Hawthorne having a bit of a top off on fuel as well, on the tires too. It seems as though Wiggins might be able to make something here if he can find a way to not only close to Hawthorne, but still have better tires when he closes when Hawthorne turns the light switch back on.
Yeah, we're about to turn the light switch on at the track. That sun's really starting to set. Track's starting to cool down quite a bit, down to 80 degrees. We started about 88, 89 degrees. So down 8 degrees since the start. Basically no sun coverage really. So you're going to see that track start to cool off. Time start to pick up a fresh rubber, and already the fall flow is nowhere near what it was that last run.
Yeah. Here comes Leonard trying to get Kilbashian. And there he goes, Kilbashian saying, I want to be friendly and let things go. Let things breathe on by.
So interesting tidbit from Mark Prince. We saw that wreck there with Alex Anderson. He came across the radio, he was in the pits, building any damage fixed. Him and Alex Wiggins were going at it during each other down the back straightaway, about 100 laps ago. I think they were, if they could strangle each other, they probably would have. Mark Prince came over the radio and gave Alex Wiggins driving advice, telling him a better way to get off the corner and close up the 7 Hawthorne.
I don't think that's the thing you do right now when you're getting damage repaired. I think getting the damage repaired is what could be done. All I'll say to that is, Wiggins is faster than the leader, doing it his way.
So, bit of gracious professionalism there from Mark Prince. Race ruined, but going to try to help out Alex Wiggins. So, the 2 new kids on the block try and take it to the Goliaths of TKC. That's 7 Hawthorne, 3 wins in 3 races this season, and he's only gotten 1 pole. That's that Daytona season opener. So he hasn't really started up front and led a whole lot of laps. We talked about that. Only 18 laps led coming in tonight, despite 3 wins. Only 2 laps led in last week's victory at Vegas. So right on board now with the Alex Wiggins, running that middle line, running the bottom in the middle of the corner, and then gets a great throttle out, able to close up the Hawthorne.
Snaps within half a second. And obviously Hawthorne's getting pretty tight if he's trying to diamond all the way from the wall into turn 1. Doesn't seem to be working, as there's De Silva making a move on Leonard. Meanwhile, Wiggins about to make this interesting. It's usually been Toyota dominated all season, but a Chevy could take the lead in the longest race in TKC.
Yeah, it's been Toyota all season long. Toyotas have led most of the laps, but Alex Wiggins trying to put Chevrolet back in the victory lane. It's been a hot minute in the TKC Cup Series, but he's trying to get back out front for now. De Silva, though, closing up. Actually, Leonard and De Silva, these 2 battling for 3rd side by side for a split second there. Leonard's going to take the spot from De Silva. They're closing up big time on 7 Hawthorne now. The battle for the lead. Here comes Wiggins on the bottom off of turn 4. He's going to seal the deal just that easily, just like Chef Boyardee.
Alex Wiggins now gets his first green flag led lap of the day, and now he's the fastest car on track. Well, hold on a second. Leonard's even quicker. Christian Leonard's now boosted his speed. Everybody's pushing each other.
This is about to be like Colin Grace was with Hawthorne, or same with 7 Hawthorne that was with Colin Grace. You get a spot, you get a spot, you get a spot. Hawthorne push big time now, can't really defend at all. Here's Leonard for second. He's trying to chase down Alex Wiggins, but Hawthorne almost contact with Leonard. These two are going to be teammates. They are teammates. See if they work together at all, but I think Leonard's going to be too fast to get any help from 7 Hawthorne.
Yeah. Now we'll see as Hawthorne tries to up to the wall. If he drives to the bumper, Leonard, and tries to push him. Remember, Leonard's become known for, doesn't matter the racetrack. I don't care about my spot. I'm just going to push 7 to wherever he wants to go. Does 7 now push Christian?
So, got Christian Leonard in the catbird seat trying to chase down Alex Wiggins. Chasing the cat like a bird. Chasing a bird like a cat, something like that. But I'm going to let you take it from JP. I need to put my head down in shame.
What? Are you saying Tweety and Sylvester chasing each other back and forth, or am I missing?
I don't get that right. I'm too young for that.
You're too young for Looney Tunes.
I'm too. Yeah, I'm sorry, JP. I never watched cartoons growing up. That was before my time.
Did you just watch race cars growing up?
I did just watch that. 100% why I watched was race cars growing up.
Okay. Gotcha. So, now Leonard within 4/10. He's a 10th quicker than your race leader. Remember that fresh tire difference. Now this could really come into play. This was where Leonard was quickest on the runs before.
That Leonard in that second spot, though, now has the draft of Wiggins in the tire tracks. I expect pit stops probably in 20 or 30 laps. Might be able to do an undercut. We're going to have to pit the same amount of times anyways. So, I mean, you do an undercut, try a different strategy, it might work out for you. But Leonard absolutely hauling the mail down the straightaway, going to close up well over a 2/10 at last time by.
Here comes Leonard. And he tried something different and nearly knocked the wall for it. That's not going to be how that works. Has to be inside.
I mean, that's able to diamond the corner and get the momentum around, pull the crossover move. I don't think the outside's going to really work as far as making the pass stick, and it's able to do it real quick off the corner. But Silva, who was right there with Leonard chasing down Hawthorne, he's fallen back quite a bit now in that 4th spot. Sebastian and rounding out your top 5, but Leonard trying to make a move to Wiggins, still closing that door, not quite able to seal the deal.
Dirty air seems to be such a huge factor, even with the car count. It's always been a talking point, but at Charlotte, it's a huge one. It seems like Leonard, now that he's within that wake, is struggling tight.
Yeah, I think he might burn up his stuff trying to chase down 7 Hawthorne, and guys going to have to kind of try and stop the bleeding, not fall back as much as he can, and try and get Wiggins in the pit stop.
Yeah, that might be the possible play, knowing there's going to be a pit stop in the near future beforehand. Hawthorne, by the way, he's still trying his own way. The problem is that his own way is still a 10th off the leader.
And not quite able to make up a whole lot of time or a whole lot of room, but I don't want to say we're not in the final stages, but we're kind of starting that point where we're mentally prepared. Hey, I don't expect too much crazy from here on out. Only 6 cars left to run in, so things are starting to calm down, it seems.
Let's take a break. 177 to go. Pit stops right after this.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Charlotte, where it is now lights on time completely. Charlotte, with 173 laps to go, has seen a lot of twists and turns, a lot of contenders. It's Alex Wiggins on the shifting strategy that now leads. He's got 1.3 seconds over Christian Leonard. Silva, Kilbashian, and Grace, your current top 5. Hawthorne just pit as he elected to come down on an undercut to start the window. Justin Prince, Braden Laster, DJ Liner, producer. A couple pit stops to go after this window. It's been a night for some to very much remember on how things have played out.
Yeah, it's starting to get in that money stop window. You're going to hear the cha-chings. One is light bills are coming on. The lights are on. We are racing under the lights here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Expensive light bill, but you know, everything can go array for a lot of these guys. One mistake, we've seen almost all of our cautions. I think actually all of our cautions, not almost, all of them have been because of an accident on pit road, except for that one on that one lap after the restart. But most of our incidents have been coming off pit roads. We'll have to watch the guys come down. The stress of green flag cautions or pit stops definitely very wary.
So, as we get ready for the window, within 5 laps now for Wiggins, it's going to be an interesting play because of his fuel situation, he's going to be on 5 lap older tires by default, at least possibly the drivers like Leonard. So how does he try and play this? He's already done this solidly on the difference this race already. But how does he do it now with the green flag run where tires have been so important?
Well, I think Seven Hawthorne, you know, kind of looked at the numbers. It's like, hey, we're still going to have to pit at least 3 more times, it looks like. Might as well do the undercut and, you know, try to do something different. He's not going to have, if it goes green, he won't have speed very, very late in the race, but hoping he builds enough of a buffer now. And looking at lap times, he is doing, you know, high 29, so he's a second quicker than their leader. So every single lap that goes by until Wiggins is in the pit, he's going to be a second quicker and, you know, build a pretty decent gap when it all cycles through.
Yeah, an impressive race so far throughout the entire night now. So now, expect the duck downs in the next couple minutes here. So, of note, we're now in a spot where Aguilar's 12 down. Matt Haas has already pit 15 laps down. He's ducked out of the car for the night. So we're down to a current 7. Aguilar just pit after clocking his entire right front fender in. So, you know, good signal to come into pit after dealing with all that damage that's been hurting his car by a second a lap.
It's definitely something we're going to have to watch, you know, a little bit of damage here, a little bit of damage there. You know, do you want to push these cars to the max to get up there by the wall, almost like a Darlington stripe style some of you guys want to start seeing racing under the lights here. I think that high line gets a little bit more grip, but you want to maximize the track, maximize your grip, maximize your run. It's going to be interesting to see, you know, a little bit of damage here, like I said, can definitely hurt your car over a long run, but I think we'll expect guys to start to hit in this time, not this time, but in the next 5-ish laps or so, maybe a little bit more, but I say most of you guys probably around that 240.
Just needs to play the patience game for some. Just don't make the mistakes we've seen earlier, right? Not expecting too many. Right now, Grace is right now one of those who had to get repairs last pit stop cycle. He's right now in the battle with Sebastian.
So that the guys are all trying to, make it work, pick up time where they can. And Colin Grace and Sebastian, though, these two kind of going out of there for fourth. Both of them having career runs this season. Especially Ryan Sebastian is not a driver we normally see a whole lot of speed out of. He's normally inside the top 10 there, but doesn't have the experience, still fairly new to the iRacing platform compared to everyone else. But having a career run tonight, same with Colin Grace, got his first top 10 this season last week at Vegas, and trying to back it up with his first top 5.
Yeah, so far. Oh, we have more pit stops. Alex Wiggins is just confirmed he will have to come in this time. And it looks like he's going a little bit more aggressive here. Is he going to get it down to the speed limit? Yes.
Yeah, that was definitely, he looked like to play it too conservatively, going in the corner. Realized he was playing and then picked it up, actually sped up in the middle of the corner. So going to be interesting to see where it falls in line with everyone else. We can have a bad pit stop as long as everyone else has a bad pit stop.
Yeah, no troubles this stint in the last part for him.
Yeah,
the rest
pretty picture perfect.
Yeah, the rest of the drivers should come down pretty soon.
And Leonard still not in, going through the tri-oval. I mean, you'd think he'd try to come down and match the Silva. I'm not the Silva, Matt Wiggins, but hasn't done so yet.
Here's Leonard. His first laps of the day right now. He can go an extra about 8 laps for his run. That would take him to nearly 150 to go. Still a 2-stopper no matter what. So this stop coming up, plus the money stop at the very least.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to do a 2-stopper. Not by any means. The math doesn't math into the wall, though. That's definitely not going to add up. But what is going to add up, actually in the wall again, going to the 3, not as bad though. Expect a pit stop soon. Not this time, going to pick the throttle back up, but still staying out last time by, right this time by Alex Wiggins. I want to see the time, see how much quicker he is. I expect to be about 2.5 seconds at least. So I'm building a nice little gap. Last time by was a 31.2 for Leonard. This time it's 30 flat, so 1.2 seconds. Colin Grayson from 4th this time.
Wiggins right now, for reference, 30 flat. He's flying. He's just flying. 2/10 quicker than Hawthorne's pit stop 10 laps ago. Hawthorne is the net leader, by the way, by 7 seconds.
So yeah, we saw Hawthorne pull the undercut there. He's running mid-30, so he's going to lose that net lead by over the course of a 15-20 lap run here. Had to try something different. So I think that was that. Someone just called it in. David De Silva in this time. I think Sebastian might have called it in. I'm not sure who else, but David De Silva 25, hand out the window. Leonard has some fast traffic coming up behind him, he says. Wiggins is about to start it back, but no one else. He said he's staying low. Not sure who for. That's 7 Hawthorne. That's who for. So 7 Hawthorne gets back on the lead lap with that little bit fresh rubber. Here comes David De Silva in.
So, technical issues Matt has is out of the race just after setting a purple lap time for the race in the 29.7s. Not bad way to leave.
No, I mean, they knew he was here at least, so he was already a handful of laps down, but tough way to go. So Christian are still not electing the pit. Track temp's down 79 degrees, so falling fast. 7 Hawthorne back on the lead lap. So he's going to have a pretty nice lead over Alex Wiggins when this all settles through. Once Leonard pits, you'll see the difference between Hawthorne and Wiggins in real time as they cross the lines. But right now, Hawthorne is right in front of Leonard, their leader, and Wiggins is kind of half a straightaway behind him. So Leonard he's burping on throttle. Is he low? I don't know what his fuel strategy is here, but he's pushing it to the limit.
Yeah, a lot of interesting calls as near contact as Kilbashian out of the pit lane. Nearly cycled right across the nose of Hawthorne.
Leonard might. There's no way he can. He's in this time. I was starting to think he might be trying to get the 2-stop in, but yeah, he's going to be about 10 laps shy.
We might have another shock to the race. Alex Wiggins, tech issue. He is now falling down the pylon. Take him out of the equation. What is going on?
We talked about hardware being a big deal for these guys. You gotta hope your internet stays intact for 4 hours. You gotta hope your computer stays intact for 4 hours. And definitely starting to bite the bullet on a lot of these guys here. Matt Haas getting back in the session. Same with Mark Prince. He's 70 laps down. He's back in. I believe he's going to pit road getting damage fixed. But Alex Wiggins now 2 laps down. We haven't seen any connection or him leave the server or any explanation to his issues. But I'm not 100% sure what's happening to Wiggins.
He is already down 2 laps. Just heard from David De Silva. Game crash is the reason for car 11. Wiggins, who on debut looked a great strong chance to break up the streak from 7 Hawthorne. Now that strikes to break up the streak. Opportunity breaker.
That's a heartbreak indeed for Wiggins. Led handful of laps, and there's the official drop due to upload packet loss. So game crash or internet issue, but regardless, he's gonna go multiple laps down here.
Now the reason we know it's the game crash is what knowing though, Braden, is
The Silva, yeah.
yes, because there's the Discord where most people don't use it for the race. De Silva and Wiggins were the only 2 to use it. I'm gonna guess that someone was very mad and someone was, oh, that sucks, in response.
I'm sure getting rid of one more fast car is exactly what Hawthorne and Leonard were kind of hoping for there. As long as it wasn't their own, they obviously loved the competition, but that's one that's competitor got to work against or do with. Wiggins back in the session, he's going to be 4 or 5 laps down, but if he gets a caution, he's sure to get most of them back.
It's almost like a curse at this point. Like every car that's had a chance at 7 has crashed or had a PC explode or a gear shifter explode. I don't get it.
Yeah, he's meant to go 4 for 4, and interesting too. We have a couple battles on looking down the pylon. Mark Prince, I think, is still trying to get back out there. He's 72 laps down, 73 laps down, but he's 40 laps behind Matt Haas, with only 1 point from Alex Anderson, or 1 lap from Anderson. Anderson's called it quits. Mark Prince, though, you see the 36 still getting damage fixed. If he can get back on track, he might actually be able to pick up a handful of spots, and the way these cars are dropping like flies, he might maybe get lucky with the top 5. Maybe. You're gonna need a lot of help, though. A lot of help.
Grand total lead lappers, we're down to 5, pretty soon 4. Kilbashian's the tail end of the lead lap. Another twist and turn to this race. So it's a team 1-2 between Hawthorne and Leonard.
Don't look now, JP, but we are 5/8 of the way through this one.
Less than 150 laps to go, to be precise. We're down to 149. And so, caution is out. It's Alex Wiggins and his return to the track. First thing he does, he spins it out.
He loops it.
Well,
This is going to be very interesting. This is going to be very, very interesting indeed to see.
a interesting night for cautions continues.
This is going to be great to watch here. Hawthorne was their leader. Wiggins needed caution to get back on track, so he's forced to take a tire set. Coming out. We're just going to listen to his throttle here. That's all. We're just going to listen to his throttle. So he's in third gear, gets about 120 miles an hour, and instead of shifting, he says he's going to gas it up. So spins up, hits the wall with the right front a little bit. And now he's trying to plead on the radio. Typical ruling of the TKC National Cup Series is you get your laps back, you know, under caution. They'll give you like a dog, couple wave rounds, you know. And because Wiggins was the cause of the caution, they're not going to give him, you know, his laps back because he was the cause of the caution.
He is going to get one. Apparently, he hasn't been triggered by the sim. He's doing this on his own accord. Colin Grace just stayed out. So Grace is trying to risk it for track position.
I don't even know what to think. Yeah, I mean, Grace last pitted 13-ish laps ago, so only 10 green flag laps. It's not ideal. From here, though, we might see someone try and stretch it for a two-stopper. It's going to be tight. I'm talking 72-lap fuel runs tight, but if you save enough, you might be able to do it.
Wow. He is still going for it. He's saying, I'm just going to do it myself.
If you want something done right, do it yourself, I guess. He can't clear his own black flags, though.
So race control is currently discussing this over. And the field is currently trying to sort this out. Race control sorting it out.
I mean, apologize for the pause, but they're discussing it on the radio. We're just trying to figure it out.
Yeah, this is a complicated one. Why don't we take a break again? Because now everyone's, I think, puzzled on this. We've never seen someone take the drive around and wave arounds and say, I'll force you to make it.
I'm going to get the whiteboard out and start drawing and connecting the dots here. And we'll come back and hopefully we got something put together for you.
Welcome back to what has continuously been a show to remember in TKC. We're at 1 to green, and Alex Wiggins is still full throttle, under caution. I don't think he knows it's 1 to green yet.
He's getting heat in his tires.
And they just cleared any black flags. They're gonna let him stand on this. He got the two down. I don't know if he knows that they're at the restart this time. Now he does.
Going to check up big time about slides in the back of Ryan Kabastian, but only 2 laps down. He needs one more caution to get all the way back, but he's somewhat back in after hardware issue there.
Oh, Look, black flag in sim. Wiggins passing under yellow, times 6. I wonder how. We'll see that get cleared possibly, as Leonard is your leader.
He's going to get that one cleared again, so no, the glove doesn't fit for Alex Wiggins, I guess. Innocent on all charges as Christian Leonard out front in front of Kevin Hawthorne, the Silva, Sebastian, and Colin Grace. We mentioned it before we went to commercial there. We're going green with 144 laps to go. You can technically try and stretch it from here on out. 72 lap runs and technically make it a one-stopper from here. But it's going to be tight. Very, very, very tight, hitting with about lap 328. Yeah, about 328.
The windows are going to be interesting to see if they even are able to frame things well. Hawthorne, as we approach hour 3, wants the lead back from his buddy.
I mean, everyone's on the same tire set now. It's all about how you manage it.
Especially now. You can't afford to lose all the track position right now. Wrapping the bottom right now is still De Silva in this grouping 2. He's essentially leader of Pack 1B.
That's a great way to put it. Pack 1B, and I mean, you got Leonard Hawthorne pulling away De Silva, though, about 7/10 off of those two. I mean, they're just heating their tires up. Their teammates, you think they'd work together and not putting their stuff up, racing out fairly cleanly, as we saw what happened, all night. It's been the guy that goes out front to the falls back quite a bit.
Hawthorne wants the lead, maybe. He tried the diamond, had the lift again. No poke this time, they stay in line.
I mean, they're bump drafting, excuse me, they're bump drafting quite a bit, but, I mean, they're pulling away from De Silva, yes, but they're going to burn up their tires big time.
We asked the question earlier, is Hawthorne going to be pushing Leonard eventually? I think he's decided to do it right now.
Yeah, they're bump drafting a little bit down the straightaways. They're not really making move on each other for the lead. Right there, see the bump draft going down the straightaway, bumper to bumper, bumper lock together like a hot dog in a bun. And they're pulling away from themselves quite a bit, but we're going to have to see the long run speed of it start to fall back a little bit.
So they continue to work together. De Silva tries to hold on to the top 3. Grace says, I want to use all my stuff up again. So, a lot going on. Did I mention Martinsville's next week in the conversation of hot dogs? Hot move to the inside from Hawthorne. He tries to go to the inside and takes the lead.
Yeah, great move there by Kevin Hawthorne. Put on the bottom on the blue line, wrapped it, and round Christian Leonard he goes. About a second and a half advantage to David De Silva in third, over a second and a half. Colin Grace right behind De Silva, though, that battle for third.
Oh, and a slide up. Grace pinball to the wall. Near 3 wide, Kilpatrian scatters. And Grace having to deal with damage.
That's going to hurt him big time. De Silva apologizing. De Silva really didn't have any fault there, but David De Silva, pretty nice guy.
Colin Grace also obviously knows physics. But Kilpatrian looking to see if he can find the right line. And Grace says, you know what? I'm still going to pass you. Doesn't matter. I passed you.
You made it look easy.
Yeah. Nicely done.
Yeah, very nicely done by Colin Grace there. So we talk about Grace. Only one podium in the past 24 something races. He's only missed one race between season 1 and season 2. Only one podium. That was at Coda, I believe, last season. And he had some great speed earlier. Was one of the few guys able to take it to the house. Not to the house, but trying to match him card for card with Seven Hawthorne. Wasn't quite able to seal the deal, but now kind of towards the end of the race, at that second half, when it needed to be fast, it starts to be great consistency.
Wiggins now driving on by the 10. And Wiggins gonna need another caution to get back into the conversation for the race, to say the least. Right now, just trying to see where the car lies, test the speed, if you will.
Yeah, you gotta try and find the line, find the grip, kind of play it by ear. And, I mean, you can't obviously send it in and hope it sticks, not this early in the run, but Christian Leonard right back to the back bumper, almost 7 Hawthorne, closing up big time, wrapping the blue line, gonna fall back a little bit on the exit, not quite able to get a great run off, same as Hawthorne does, but, I mean, he's there, he's not quite there, but he's closing the gap, he's maintaining it.
It's almost like that 7's still running his line, obviously. He knows Leonard's quicker on the long run with the line he's been running. It's almost like they're trying to learn off each other almost with how they're trying to play this out.
Definitely what it looks like. I mean, Hawthorne's had a ton of short run speed all race, and Leonard's been the longer run master, I guess. And I mean, they're just kind of playing games with each other right now. Colin Grace in third, closing up a little bit, but not too drastically yet.
Especially with Leonard on the blue line. Of note, Aguilar just pit down into the lane this time around. So we'll see if that's scheduled or if he is pulling it behind the wall. 11 laps down currently.
Well, once he gets laps back, I know a guy.
He's out of the car. It looks like he's jumped out of the car. As now De Silva, he's more focused on what's in front of the windshield. He's going to have to focus on with what's in the back pretty soon. Kilbashian is looking for a poke.
Now, same with Colin Grace. Colin Grace closed up big time to Christian Leonard and 7 Hawthorne last time by to David De Silva.
Oh, they touched.
Side by side contact. De Silva up the track to Bastry in the 4.
Yeah, a little bit of air between the two of them. Remember, Kilbashian tech issues going to factor into that one.
De Silva not too happy on the radio, but so not happy is Colin Grace that the speed he's got. I mean, he's at 2-3 tenths faster than your leaders right now.
Yet again, he's saying, what are long runs when you can just take the Superman cape, put it on, and say, I'm Superman, and zoom up to the leaders.
We'll have to start and watch and see as far as the pit strategy goes. Some guys might be committed to that 2-stopper. I know they might do an undercut in the next, 10, 15 laps. Maybe try to shake something up. Sebastian bumper love. That's Alex Wiggins. He's 2 laps down. No need to move him out of the way. He might turn him into the left rear almost. I'm not sure what Alex Wiggins is doing in that 11 outline machine, but he's not making any outliers at all.
Yeah, it doesn't need a race like this with 2 laps down in theory, Braden. It's common race logic. It's common race strategy. It's common race knowledge and driver knowledge. You do not race like this 2 laps down.
No, not at all. So, not really making the most of French's debut. Alex Wiggins, he still needs a caution to get back on the lead lap. He might have just, thought, hey, if I turn Sebastian, I'm gonna get that caution. But that's definitely not the right way to do it.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. Kilbashian getting crossed over. An interesting play by Wiggins. That's a dangerous game to play.
Now, these two are not playing nice at all. I have to put them both in the penalty box if this continues, but I mean, Wiggins is obviously the faster car. If I'm Ryan, I'm going to let him go because it's clear that, Alex is trying to get that yellow flag out. I don't want to, get damage and ruin my race. I believe Ryan's already taken that faster pair due to that incident that took out Mark Prince and Alex Anderson about 98 laps ago. So I definitely don't want any catastrophic race, any damage on my 10 if I'm Ryan Kabassi.
Grace is falling back. And here's the send. Does Kabashian just say, you know what, fine? Yes, he does.
Smart move. That was a great move by Kabashian.
Oh, by the way, Mark Prince is back on the racetrack. He waited.
Giving driving advice a little bit ago to the 11 machine, and his car doesn't actually look bad. He's got the front bumper. He's got all the fenders on it. Last time by was a 30.2 on fresh tires, so the track has changed quite a bit. Like I said, about 100 laps since he's been out. It's going to be interesting to see, kind of how he adapts to it, but he can actually make up a couple of spots here. And Ford is actually going to pass Matt Haas for 8th and about 70 laps past Kevin Aguilar, but doesn't come back up for 7th.
Just don't make enemies, right? That has to be the key. Now, your race leaders are all in the 30.4s to 6s. Grace is trying to make one more push before the tires go away. We are only 21 laps into the stint, give or take.
So, like I said, we can see some undercut. We saw some people, we've seen some people try and take it, you know, hit on about lap 40 and then they'll run maybe 50. Most guys are on fuel. Maximum we've seen is 71 laps like Christian Linder that last time by. So we might expect, you know, someone try to do a one-stopper, but I think by having the fresher tires for those 2 runs, having that extra run, they're going to be a lot quicker regardless.
Yeah, give credit to Silva despite all the different strategies. One thing's for certain, he still prevailed to be in the top 5 conversation no matter the cycle.
I love looking at their current top 5 running order and where they started. There's only one of them actually started inside the top 5. That's 7 Hawthorne, their leader, who started 4th.
Yeah, right now just trying to get us some clean air to parts of the nose almost. Kilbashian, he's taking a little poke to the outside. Trying to hesitate a bit, but now the Hezzies nearly see him push up the track.
That Christian Leonard there in 2nd, kind of starting to struggle a bit with front grip. Same with Colin Grace. And then you got this battle in the back. Wiggins, Sebastian, and Da Silva all starting to struggle with front grip. So, I mean, everyone's starting to really burn that right front off all over the track. Sebastian, the outside, Da Silva, almost contact between the two. I'm surprised they didn't touch there, but they're definitely pretty close to it.
GoPro Racing, yet again, outside, inside Da Silva in the USS George H.W. Bush Navy machine. Side draft attempt. Not going to pay off fully. Kilbashian able to bash his way up to 4th.
That was good. That was really good. I like that one.
Oh, and now they're starting to get a little bit impatient with lap traffic. Remember the push from Wiggins before in this group. Now Kilbashian wants to use him as a pick.
I mean, Wiggins had a lot of speed early on in this run, 2 laps down still, so no need to really, you know, push it for the battle between Sebastian and Da Silva. But great use of the lap car of Wiggins there by Sebastian, moving to that 4th spot. As far as lap time goes, he's actually quicker than Colin Grace in 3rd, but I think the difference is going to be too much for this run.
Yeah, he's going to need a hope for a lot to happen. He's matching the leaders at best right now. Problem is, 3 seconds the gap, and you see the interval going the wrong way. That's going south instead of north.
Yeah, definitely not what you want to do. We saw the same thing happen with Colin Grace. Had a lot of short and middle run speed and then starts to fall off like a rock. And, well, gravity's definitely doing its part here with Colin Grace.
Yeah, Grace now near a full second back, as you mentioned. Leonard, it's almost his time to shine. He's quicker than his teammate marginally. That's going to be bigger in 10 laps.
Yeah, the margins we see tonight and on track, they're going to be huge as far as tire wear. It's been the name of the game, but the track temp starts to drop more and more and more, down to 78 degrees as the sun is now fully behind the grandstands. I mean, a couple margins here and there that are really going to add up over the run, especially as we get different pit strategies. I think most of you guys are still thinking a 2-stopper, but we'll know in a handful of laps, about 35, 40 laps, if someone's trying to go for the one-stop strategy.
Here's a look. You just seen the temperatures. Right now, the grips seem to be stagnating on that front. On the bright side, no rain in the forecast from this point forward, so we will go past 600 kilometers.
Yeah, we run a jet dryers. You know, you have that big fancy check, so we're gonna get some jet dryers from the NASCAR just in case. But no need, I think, for them tonight. Able to actually go the full distance as planned. At least, as of now, we're looking to have everyone go the full distance. You know, if we run out of cars, that might be a different story. But coming out 115 laps to go, I don't foresee that being an issue.
Yes. Especially with 0% precipitation. After all, the biggest magic trick to be able to avoid rain and dry racetrack at iRacing is never have it rain at all. 114 to go.
Yeah, definitely the staunch move there. But Christian Leonard closing in a little bit. Talk about a staunch move. Leonard finding some speed. Last time by was 30.666. That's a little sus, but I won't question it. 0.3 quicker than 7 Hawthorne. He's going to close up the gap even more. So Hawthorne also finding some speed. These two are teammates. I don't expect them to play rough, but Colin Grace has fallen back too quite a bit. Ryan Sebastian also making a move on Grace for third. And then David Da Silva is joining that battle too. You see in the background there coming off the corner. Colin Grace side by side with Sebastian. Sebastian on the bottom. Going to have that advantage through 3, through 4. Sebastian thinks about sliding up. He thinks better of it. Now Grace getting a run. Not quite able to do anything with it currently.
Trying to get a spot back. Can he do anything to bounce it back? Da Silva. Better diamond line out of the 3. Grace way up to the wall. And Grace, the slowest up 3, falling back. So, Da Silva running back. Here's a look at Leonard again. Leonard, again, couple thousandths quicker last time. That's not going to complete the move.
No, not by any means. Yeah, we're going to need tenths here, not thousands. Last time by Sebastian, actually the quickest car on the track by a tenth, especially over your leaders. Still a bit quicker than Da Silva and about 0.4 quicker than Colin Grace. So Alex Wiggins falling back too a little bit. And Mark Prince though still out there chugging along, finally in that 29-second range, looking to pass Matt House in about 20 laps. So he's getting experience, getting seat time. I don't think he's going to get 97 laps back, but he's just having fun.
Yeah, just turning laps and keeping going. Aguilar confirmed out of the race. He's done for the night. So there's a spot confirmed for Mark Prince when it gets to that point. 110 to go. These drivers haven't been saving, by the way, so it's almost pretty certain that they're committed to 2 more stops. There's no one trying to stretch it for an extra pit stop here.
No, not at all. The longest run we've seen all night was Leonard at about 70, 71 laps. They need to do a 72-lap run, get to 328, and that's going to be pushing it. So we're about 30 laps or so from that 38 laps, I think. I'm not very good at math, but somewhere around there from knowing that someone's trying to do that magic strap. But if they come in at all before 328, you can definitely count that strat and throw it out the window. Yeah, 31 laps.
Yeah.
31 laps. My math was right. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, not bad at all. I'm not trying to be sarcastic on that. Not bad at all math
No,
in
that
the
was
spot.
great for like on the spot. I just sat there and thought about that. I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right.
7 Hawthorne with the contact to the wall. Leonard saying, you know what? I want it now. I want it all right now. 108 to go at the stripe. He says, I want it all, my teammate. Let's drive side by side, make it a show. And now I'll take it.
And then last time at the line, 1,000th of a second. Hawthorne is over Leonard. Now Leonard going to get the advantage. So these two teammates and Hawthorne not playing nice, sends it to the bottom. Still side by side. They're both going to bobble a little bit. You think it's the last lap, but they're going at it. Not trading paint yet, but they're inches from it.
Now side by side, they're not backing down for the lead. Lots of damage on the side of Hawthorne's car from this run. Leonard on the better tires though. Leonard able to go high side, they pinch back. Now near drifting into his teammate.
He's going to allow Sebastian, that blue number 10, and David Da Silva in the 25. You see him in the background there. They're closing up, still side by side. Hawthorne wrapping the blue line as much as he can. You think this is a drag race for the win, but we still have over 100 laps to go. I mean, give it to Christian Leonard at the line, but Hawthorne's right there.
Now this should calm down just that extra little bit. In theory. Then again, they're the 2 fastest cars on the track when they aren't fighting. Hawthorne trying high side, preferring the low side again, the 43.
Yeah, Leonard able to pull away a little bit. Hawthorne using the run out of the corner, close up that gap, close up all momentum that Leonard built at the line, just over a tenth. Sebastian actually gonna fall back a little bit. Still 5 cars on the lead lap. Sebastian, De Silva, Grace. No one really falling back as far as being lap traffic or in the way. So I don't think we can expect anyone to get lapped unless they get a penalty on a pit stop.
Don't jinx it or speak it into an existence. Hawthorne's trying to speak a crossover into existence. He's going to the inside, all the way to the AstroTurf for a moment. But Leonard with the better line, but he missed the cushion.
Going drift up. I thought he was going to get rolled tight there on the exit and drift up in the lip. Leonard, excuse me, slides in right behind him though, down the back straightaway. And they're going to have to settle for running side by side. It looks like for now, Sebastian closing a little bit the last time by. Not much, but enough to make a difference over to this final 102, 103 laps.
Keep in mind, Sebastian, if they end up making blows or causing contact to slow things down, it's right there for the taking. He's gaining a little bit on these two now. Looks like Hawthorne's gone back to work together for now mode, seeing that interval shrink at 2/10 the past 3 laps.
Yeah, definitely shrinking lap by lap, 10th here, half 10th there. Not ideal in the short run, but like I said, we're coming to 100 plus, 101 to go or so. So if you do that over the course of 100 laps, you can definitely get it done.
Yeah, just need to hope for a lot of luck here. Coming up to the final quarter of this one, almost towards a open distance and under the lights. Hawthorne crossing up, Leonard sliding up. 46 laps into the run. And at this point, do you just wait until after pit stops to pounce, or do you just say, take it now? We've seen both approaches here.
I mean, you've seen those approaches from people that don't really normally work together or race together or practice together or hang out together. These two, they're basically best friends. They're inseparable on super speedways. They work together. They spend a lot of time during the week practicing together. Seven Hawthorne, the only reason he's in this league is because Christian Leonard invited him, I'm pretty sure, looking back at my previous notes. And I don't expect these two to necessarily take each other out. Hardware issue, Alex Wiggins, he's going to disconnect one more time. I think that means if he gets back, we're going to get one more caution, so don't count the screen flag run out of the window yet. But Alex Wiggins is going to go four at least 5, maybe more laps down.
He has no luck tonight. Just when everything looks go right, it falls apart again. So.
Oh, the Silva's going to spin, get sideways, almost into the wall. This has gone terribly wrong for David Silva. He didn't spin, but he did get sideways, about smoked the wall on his entrance. So he's going to try to do the undercut. He's committed to the 2-stop here.
Able to keep it off the walls, though, and avoid any penalties. So now the undercut is on. Under 100 laps to go. More than 3 hours of racing in the next pit stop cycle. Leonard still playing with Hawthorne. They've now regrown the gap to Sebastian as Sebastian has burned up his rubber.
Yeah, David De Silva looking for a great run. He already got that podium. Remember that second place, I believe, at Daytona. Started out the season, and then that 14th at Auto Club after qualifying 3rd. So it's been a rough couple weeks. He missed last week at Vegas, but David De Silva put himself in prime position with that undercut. I think it's going to work, especially if Leonard or Hawthorne don't try and counter it soon. They've elected to stay out for now, but no one else. Looks like they're committed to pitting this time. So Wiggins back in on, not on track yet, but back in the session. 7 laps down currently. Going, keep falling down until they can get back out on track.
He is trying to get back in session. We can confirm that at least. 96 laps to go. By the way, in about 10 laps time, the 36 is expected to take at least the 8th position away from Matt Haas. So, credit to Mark. His car basically brand new outside of some chassis damage. Car's running well. Just needs to stay away from trouble for the rest of the night, permanently.
Yeah, I definitely want to keep the wheels under it and keep the nose on it. Looking back, too, throughout the field, Christian Leonard's driver we know missing his fast pair. Same with Ryan Sebastian. I think Grace might be 2, and David Da Silva as well. So I think Sam Hawthorne's the only driver in his top 5 on the lead lap. Actually, David Da Silva's 1 lap down to the undercut currently. Sam Hawthorne, the only driver I believe that has his fast pair, might be mistaken. But it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, you race differently when you have a faster pair on the platform. I mean, you can just come down, you rank, you destroy the car. You can barrel roll 18 times through the trial if you want. Come back down, stay on the lead lap, no harm, no foul. But, to get wrecked at this point, it's game over.
I mean, counter argument. You never want to use it ever. And you don't want to end up having to bank on it and basically drive just like what you described, and you lose on lap 5, like some did.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously you're going. Super speedway racing is its own thing. You would kind of expect a wreck there, but here, at least I think differently. If I have a faster pair, I might send it a little bit of a wreck. If it's the end of the race, I'm definitely going to send it regardless. But we're in that final 2/8, that final quarter, final 25% of the race, final 100 laps. So I think it's definitely go time for a lot of these guys. They've made their casket, they've made their bed. Da Silva with the undercut, going to try and make it stick. I think he's going to build a nice little buffer here once all said and done. Looking at the lap times, he's about a second quicker than Leonard, and he was 5-6 seconds, I believe, off of Leonard when he came in. So he's definitely making up a decent amount of time. As far as if anyone tries the one-stopper, going to be very, very interesting. Speaking of interesting, Kevin Aguilar back in the session, 51 laps there. Not on track yet, but back in the session.
I think at this point, a lot of these drivers have to be just thinking, I want to see how at least this ends here. Because Wiggins is in session, but is not on track. I mean, why not? Why not see what the competition's doing?
I mean, might as well get a front row seat. They can be watching on Maconi Entertainment. That's the road disappointing thing. You can be watching here live. And not only that, but you can hear our lovely commentary. There's nothing better than our commentary. Here comes Kevin Hawthorne, so not doing the one-stopper, pitting this time. I don't think Christian Leonard knew. That was very late call for Hawthorne. Very aggressive. Ryan Sebastian's going to follow him in, though.
Sebastian this upcoming time, Leonard this upcoming time by. So very likely they split it to 45 to go, possibly. Now let's find out.
We haven't heard a call from Colin Grace yet. Currently in that 3rd spot. Da Silva goes around him now. So Grace is a guy we've seen kind of maybe gamble a little bit with the strategy. Not afraid to, take the dough and throw it up in the air and mix it around a little bit. See if he gets a pizza, see if he gets biscuits. But Grace still not pitting. Sebastian in. Christian Leonard in. So don't mess up. This is a money stop. You can throw your race away here. You can't win on pit road, but you can definitely lose it. As Leonard going to back up, pull forward, back up again. Not the greatest stop, not when you had a 10th advantage over Sam Hawthorne coming in. Sebastian's perfect getting in his stall. It stops right on the sign. So inexperience is no problem for him.
Not bad cycle. Even with the time lost here, this should put 7 to the net lead, though. Because 7, he's already down in 3, 2, 1. Race car zipping by, net lead.
Yeah, Sebastian, a bit of a slow stop for him. I'm not really sure what the holdup was. I've been getting some damage fixed. Because doesn't have an aggressive pit off either, but Hawthorne with a huge advantage currently over Christian Leonard. It's not really a huge tire difference either. So, I mean, Christian Leonard's going to have to flat out drive this thing and go and catch up to 7 Hawthorne.
Now, Da Silva did pass by for now, but he is on older tires by near 10 laps. That's not going to last.
Nah, he's going to get past here in probably 5-10 laps, I'd expect. Might be able to do another undercut. As we're going to be inside the pit window in, 17, 18 laps, but that'd only be 28 laps on his tires, and he's got to finish out on, 70 laps. And that's not going to work out for anyone involved. But Colin Grace continues to lead 25 seconds over De Silva, losing about a second lap, though, to everyone. And so Colin Grace, I'm not sure what the strategy's going to be here. CV might push it to the one-stop.
Have confirmed Mark Prince has passed Matt Haas, so that is confirmed for 8th. By the end of next cycle, 36 will go to 7. Colin Grace, he's backing out of the call. He's coming in this time by.
It's heartbreaking to see. I was hoping to see someone, at least one person, try the one-stopper, but no one's going to gamble here tonight. Las Vegas, not Las Vegas, we're here. I'm at the wrong track. We're here at Charlotte. No one's making the call. Sebastian right behind Colin Grace. I thought he was going to go inside of him. Thinks better of it. Don't want to go inside someone that's pitting. Sebastian, they'll go and get back on the lead lap here. Alex Wiggins not back on track yet. Neither is Kevin Aguilar. So I think you're right with that one, JP. They're just here to watch.
Quick, smooth, efficient. That's what you need to do. And that's what Grace just did. Current leader, De Silva. But how long? The gap is already almost a second. We're coming to 83 laps to go. Can De Silva maintain clean air on the older rubber? That's a huge question.
I don't think he's going to have anything for him once Seven Hawthorne gets there. I mean, he's 10th and a half quicker, so nothing you can really do. Then Grace isn't going to be able to hang on. Actually, Grace is pitted, my apologies. But Grace is actually going to have a little bit fresher rubber. It's going to be about 15, 25 seconds back from everyone. So I'm not pretty sure where he's going to fall in line here. He's going to fall in line in front of them. About to go lapped, I believe. But he's going to have that fresher rubber. But I don't think he's going to have any shot of really winning this unless tries to do some weird strategy and hope for a caution.
29.9 for Hawthorne, 30.2 for De Silva last time by. It's not even close, even now with the lap traffic. First time anyone substantial has raced around the 36 since he returned to the racetrack. Big test time to get around them cleanly.
Yeah, Mark Prince has some pretty old tires.
Here we go.
That's it.
Hawthorne says, "Thank you very much. You open the outside for me like a can opener." Peels him off the wall.
And I gotta get around Mark Prince. He's going to wash up the track. No, De Silva uses him as a pick. Hawthorne had to slow up because the 36 started to move up the track, block Hawthorne. Not intentionally, just got tight on his older tires. De Silva takes advantage. De Silva, actually, that's for the lead there. We knew that going in, but with Colin Grace there pitting the actual the lead, not tentatively the lead, but able De Silva getting some laps of that tonight.
What's the same for lap traffic again, Braden?
Help me out here, JP.
Be predictable?
Yes. I should know that considering I'm normally the lap traffic marker. Don't change your line in the middle of the corner. That's the best policy. It's Hawthorne now looking inside of De Silva. It's going to be side by side through 1 and 2. Hawthorne with a fresher tire should make this contact.
Oh, they're touring each other. De Silva.
I saw Jeff Maconi do this in Fast Fridays, and didn't really work out that well for him, but they're going to keep both doors straight, keep fenders rolling, and so far so clean. Not that clean, but they're keeping it going.
Now it's clear, and now it's Hawthorne to the point with 80, now 79 laps to go. These two have a near 2-second cushion to Leonard after his pit still wrote snafu. So now, Hawthorne looks to run it out. De Silva trying to challenge on the old rubber for the time being.
Yeah, David De Silva actually got a lap led there. So led a couple laps at Daytona, I remember, where he got that second and then led 1 lap at Auto Club. So De Silva, I don't know if he led a lap earlier, but has now led a lap in every single start this season. Not a claim that many can say they've done. I believe actually Anderson, maybe Leonard, and I know Seven Hawthorne are about the only ones that can say they've done that. I'm going to double check on Leonard here, but very elite company.
Coming smooth though. Once again, as the runs have piled up, Leonard's been, when he's got track position to start the run, been a threat to possibly lead laps. It's been execution pit road the past couple times that's seen him on the back foot.
Yeah, so just double check myself that was correct. Leonard, Hawthorne, and Alex Harrison. And now David Silva, the only 4 drivers to lead in every single start they've had, although De Silva did miss a week. So Hawthorne, Leonard, and Anderson kind of an exclusive company there. They've made every race so far, and they've led laps in every race. Hawthorne has been victorious in every single one. He's leading a ton of laps tonight. The race actually just passed the 3-hour mark as far as green flag, or since the green flag. So we're slowly picking away. Like I mentioned, this is the first full length Coke 600 for a lot of these guys, and the 5 have got running. They're taking like champs.
So again, to break things down, Hawthorne, De Silva, Leonard, Kilbashian, Grace are your lead lappers. Everybody else, except for Mark Prince, is out of the race. It's been that type of night for some. Grace right now struggling at the end of his runs for the time being. He's right now on the freshest tires on the racetrack. Despite that, he is still running lap times that are 10th off the race leader. Hawthorne, he's been struggling at the end of long runs throughout the night. Leonard's been the king of the long run. Leonard saying, I need to get back up there. He just pushed 3/10 quicker than everyone else.
I mean, you're going to do, might as well do in the final portion of this race. De Silva kind of making up time, just hanging in there, but you just mentioned Christian Leonard's absolutely flying. We'll get the back bumper to Silva this next lap or so. Get around him. Once again, it's going to be 7 Hawthorne and Christian Leonard. Once he gets around to Silva, they're going to be going 1-2. I don't think Leonard was going to be able to make up the time to Hawthorne, but he's burnt up the tires a little bit. Now you have to manage them, but not as bad. You have to pit at least one more time from here. There's 73 laps to go, so I mean, he can really pit anytime he wants to in the next 3 laps. I don't expect him to pit soon, but in theory, you know, they're in that window for the final stop.
Leonard wants his spot back again. We've seen them slice and dice for the lead already once. Can they do it again this time? Hawthorne trying to give some dirty air. Leonard trying to use the bottom more.
Oh, that Leonard slides right up to that back bumper of Hawthorne. I think they're going to have to manage that tire wear, though. I mean, I mentioned you can come down anytime you want, but you don't want to come down too early and kill your long run speed at all. Especially if Hawthorne, you know, comes down, you know, 15, 20, 25 laps, splits the run in kind of half, and only has to do 2 40-lap runs instead of, you know, a 70-lap run to end the race. So you don't really want to have that fall off.
It's going to be important to manage that now at this rate. Definitely don't want to burn up and buzz your tires in the money portions of the race.
Not at all. Kilbashian, though, kind of maintaining, hanging in there. He's less than 3 seconds off of their top 3 here. He's actually one of the quicker drivers on track. I'm not sure where Kilbashian found the speed from, but that last time by, quickest driver on track, just barely a hair slower than Christian Leonard. I mean, he pit on the same lap as Christian Leonard. He lost a ton of time on the pit exit.
Here we go. Leonard inside, Hawthorne outside. Leonard giving him a place to breathe. Hawthorne better run off the exit.
Yeah, Leonard going to have to settle for second for now. Hawthorne with that advantage at the line. Leonard, though, wrapping that blue line in 1 and 2. Hawthorne ripping the lip. Going to come down to the middle of the track. Try to get on the right rear of Leonard. Not quite able to get side by side. Well, technically they are, but no side draft really coming into play here. Leonard still running the bottom.
Still not letting it let up here. Trying to make a show out of this one. They are matching lap times. They are also quicker despite the side-by-side than De Silva. Better run for Leonard on the entry. Hawthorne had to let it breathe. Slider up. Leonard in the lead.
Now Hawthorne going to use the run off the corner, close that gap. thinks about maybe taking side by side, thinks better of it, looking bottom, gonna get the door shut on him. Gonna have to settle for about half a car length back, gets the dirty air, gets tight, has to burp the throttle a bit, get better, edge off. He's not able to do so. Leonard gonna lead that time at the line.
67 laps to go here at Charlotte. Another cut down once again for Hawthorne. De Silva and Kabashian, they've started a battle and lost themselves some time here. So now we are in the window to make it on fuel. From here on out, any caution or pit stop should get the drivers to the checkered.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, JP. We're sitting here, like you mentioned, 66 now laps to go. See the track temp on our screen down at 77 degrees. We've got 4 drivers, Christian Leonard, Seven Hawthorne, David De Silva, and Ryan Kabashian. All 4 feel like have a chance of winning this thing if it goes green with a caution. I think Colin Grace gets right there in the mix of it. So I can't really pick a winner. As you see there, Ryan Kabashian trying to make a move on David De Silva. Both these drivers, all 4 of these drivers really having a great run, but De Silva and Kabashian having the races of their career so far in the TKC National Cup Series. Kabashian right in the back number of De Silva. Battle for the lead, side by side, Seven Hawthorne. I don't know where he came from, but he's taken to the outside of Christian Leonard with the ease.
Leonard lifted a lot through the corner. And Hawthorne saying, you know what? I want this lead now again. I mean, they have a 3-second cushion. Why not? These two are holding each other back. How Kabashian sending it?
Kabashian trying to make up some time. Side by side with De Silva. I mean, they're doing each other down straight with De Silva almost into the left rear of Kabashian. About turns him. These two are losing a ton of time being side by side. Alex Wiggins, we're thinking hardware issues. He was just watching though, so not on track. No one losing or gaining any spots yet. Christian Leonard trying to set up though for another pass on Seven Hawthorne. As Kabashian is going to seal the deal on De Silva for third. Seven Hawthorne back out front and in center.
So now, they're about midway through the run. Expected him pretty soon to peel on in. Of note, Prince is coming in this time by, so that's the money lap taken care of there. So, now what do you do if you're Leonard? You already know you're quicker on the long run, but you also have been already baited with the back and forth by your own teammate into burning up the rubber. How do you try and do this? Are you talking back and forth? Or are you guys saying, let's have some fun? What's the talk if you're battling a teammate like this?
I'm not sure if they're in the same Discord. I'm sure they are in the same voice chat where they can talk to each other, and I'm sure they both know that it's either one of their races to lose, and you know they're going for a win though. Seven Hawthorne already got 3 of them. Christian Leonard, I'm sure, say, "Hey, give me a slice of the pie," but he's not going to give it to him. But you don't want to take each other out. That's the biggest no-no you can do, is take out a teammate and take out a friend. So far it's been clean racing between these two, but as we're taking down the laps, Christian Leonard though. Purple lap for him, fastest lap of the night at 29.632, 177 mile an hour average. That's flying.
That was a little while ago, but the pace has picked up short run as the night's going on since the track temp has gone down. It's picked up at least 2/10, that fastest lap since the start of the day. Leonard nearly in the wall. He's got a diamond line going. Can he lunge it again? Here's the look from the inside of Hawthorne.
Side by side for the lead. Leonard going to slide up, about puts Hawthorne in the wall, but about put himself in the wall in the process. These two have already pulled away from Kabashian and De Silva, but it's these two's races to lose. Like we mentioned, the pit window is open for either one of them pit, trying to do an undercut if they want. I don't think it's going to work out long run. I think that way. This is another 15, 20 laps maybe, but Leonard with 2/10 advantage that time by.
Another cut down from Hawthorne. Yeah. I have to say these guys got to be having some fun out here with a battle like this.
I think they're definitely having a ton of fun here going at it. It's just these two. Kabashian 4.5 seconds back, actually losing a bit of time. I think he burnt his tires up in that battle with De Silva for third. But regardless, Kabashian can finish his third place run he's got going on. Great run for him, but I think it's definitely either one of these drivers' races to lose. I mean, they can try a different pit strategy. I'm not 100% sure what the best approach is going to be for them, but I mean, they're going to be quick regardless.
So, 58 coming to 57 laps to go. These two have combined to lead near half the race so far tonight, by the way. For those tuning in, Anderson started the race in dominating fashion, lead 168 laps. First driver to get alongside, he hits the wall, makes contact, and ends up sparking the big one. The driver made contact, puts 100 laps down for reference. Since then, it's been a toss-up between Leonard, Hawthorne, and as well with Wiggins. And so far, it seems like it's going to be one of these two in the very end that might hold the flag if it stays green.
100%. We talked about how rough this race is physically, mentally, on your hardware, on your car, on your body. I mean, especially if you have a direct drive wheel, depending on your force feedback, you can have that thing set to the max. And I'm sure someone's probably complaining of shoulder pain right about now. I mean, they've gone 345 laps. This is one of the longest races on the platform that it can do. And especially in a league atmosphere, not very many leagues have the prestige of saying, hey, we did a full-length Coke 600. You know, most leagues would rather pick and choose, you know, a Crown or Jewel, maybe the Brickyard, maybe the Daytona 500. But Coke 600, I don't really think of as a very commonly ran full-length league race. And these guys in the TKC National Cup Series, they're doing it. They've done well most of it. And Christian and Seven Hawthorne, I imagine one of these two are probably going to get a claim to fame.
It's just the question, which one? And right now with 54 laps to go, could go either way. But now, going to be important to make sure they don't make the mistakes in these pit stops. Almost psych yourself out almost. Remember, Leonard missed his pit stall last time.
Yeah, definitely not the ideal. Leonard's missed his pit stall barely. He hasn't, you know, missed it catastrophically, but a little back up here and there adds up, and 10th there, 10th or so, you know, over time, it's definitely going to hurt you. But this next pit stop, we talked about this stop being the minor stop, that stop being the minor stop. This next stop, this final pit stop here without caution, that's definitely the money stop, because when you get a penalty there, there's no coming back from that one.
So, we're almost at that split point for when they should come down. Leonard is now in his window of building up speed, like right now. To give some other conversation points here, Colin Grace 20 seconds back. De Silva, as expected, did slip back in the very end. Kilbashian in line for a top 3. I think the 10's going to be happy.
Oh, 100%. I mean, looking back at Kabashian, he's had a lot of speed here and there. Just kind of depends on the race. That laps at Daytona, I believe, had a great run going, and this hasn't really been his season. I believe he's trying to go the full season. He didn't even have the track. Colin Grace in pit road, speeding penalty. We talked about the money stop. Heartbreak. They might clear. He was pleading his case. He's pleading his case there.
Apparently, the reason, his screen froze at the cone.
Then they're talking over the radio. Driver saying, hey, are you supposed to say when you're pitting? Colin Grace is about 18 seconds behind the leader, and it wasn't really around anyone at all. So I'm not really sure, case for an argument there, but, I mean, technically, Mark Prince was in front of Colin Grace. I definitely see the reason for that. Yeah, there was almost contact that coming to pit road. I would say that's a justified argument by all means. So I'm going to retract my previous statement there, as Colin Grace does get that black flag cleared. I believe it was too little, too late, and got to serve a 40-second penalty.
You also hit the wall.
Oh, tough one.
Yeah, that's not going to help the 27's race, and that's going to likely cost him a lead lap finish, but not a spot. So, 49 to go, coming to 48. No blink downs yet. Hawthorne making one more push before the window.
Yeah, I mean, this is a moment if you're going to try something different, you got to do it. Hawthorne has that better position as far as he can pit and undercut Leonard by that one lap. That one lap might be all you need, especially when the difference is only a tenth and a half, 2 tenths, 3 tenths, anything under half a tenth. You can pull that undercut, have a better outlap, can make up a huge difference. And Hawthorne can call it, right here, and Leonard has nothing to do but keep going. And just kind of by being the virtue of being the last car, I guess, to pit lane, you can pick and choose when you want to come. And if Leonard decides to come down, then Hawthorne can match that call.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a very quick match. Keep in mind as well, remember, it was Leonard 1 lap later. Hawthorne's in a better position to try and duck down himself right here, right now.
Zach Colin Grace, heartbreak for him. Said he got his screen froze and tried to hit the wall and sped in the pit lane. Wasn't able to see his speed or where he was going. It's unfortunate for him. He's going to go multiple laps down. So I'm not sure. He should have been service penalty by now, but he's still not pulling out. He's electing to stay in pit lane, and I guess he's watching this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but pit stop this time by. Again, he fakes out the teammate, leaves it right as he peels onto the brake.
I said that's exactly what Hawthorne was able to do by being the second of their leaders, being behind Leonard, able to just call in middle corner. That's exactly why he did. Money stop Chris Leonard's going to match him 1 lap too late, low. Hawthorne's going to have that outlap of his life here and just not mess up the pit stop. Though deep in, misses the mark just by an inch or two, but not too bad at all. Shouldn't hurt him much. Christian Leonard, he's had a little bit of trouble getting on, but he's going to do it almost perfectly. Very aggressive getting in. To see him there coming down pit lane. I believe Colin Grace. Yeah, Colin Grace pulls away after 7 laps. There's only 7 laps down, 7 Hawthorne rolling out. That's Christian Leonard coming down pit lane.
No problems this time to the box. Perfect stop.
Hawthorne about wrecked it. You got a little bit loosey-goosey coming through coming off pit lane on the apron there. Gassed up a little too early. So Christian Leonard 14.6 on the stop. Great stop. Beautiful stop. Oh, here comes 7 Hawthorne out of turn 4. It's going to be tight.
It's going to be interesting positioning. De Silva just ducked in. Leonard right now trying to keep it from major troubles. He's going to jump Hawthorne massively here, at least by 10 car lengths. It's down to 7, down to 6, down to 4, down to 2. Hawthorne with a head of steam, high side. Now side by side for the race lead. Leonard sticks at bottom.
Leonard on the bottom, that's Colin Grace, lap car right in front of them, holding these two up. Hawthorne now around the outside of Leonard, about doors. Colin Grace give the position to 7 Hawthorne. Ryan Sebastian down pit lane from the lead this time by David Silva coming out of pit lane. So they're going to pass those guys with ease. But 7 Hawthorne, their leader, Leonard 2 cars back.
Sebastian is already in, so this is now for the official point. Can Leonard find enough pace here in a 45er to make the run work in front of 7? He did it before. Can he do it again?
Yeah, try and get back to that back bumper. He's going past Colin Grace, so no lap traffic between these two. Colin Grace 7 laps down, caution now, might get back on lead lap, but for now he's going to have to settle with that 5th place finish. Still one of his better runs of the season, but Leonard trying to get his first win, trying to be the one that upset 7 Hawthorne. They got 41 laps to figure it out.
He wants to settle some parts of it now. He goes high side. Hawthorne plants it inside. Leonard trying to get the run down the banking. Now goes for the cut. Small block from Hawthorne. Not too major. Here comes Leonard. He goes major dive to the inside for the point.
That Christian Leonard on the bottom, going to slide right in front of Hawthorne. About make contact for the lead. At the line, they are going to make contact. 1,000th of a second. That's your second 1,000th difference at the line. Both going to 7 Hawthorne. They're going to be side by side once again through 1 and 2.
Leonard forced the lift this time, nearly bobbled into Hawthorne. 7 Hawthorne takes the point. Leonard tries to reset.
Yeah, Leonard going to slide right back in line, set himself up for another pass if he can get there. Sebastian's 13 seconds behind these guys. He's out of contention to win it. Same with De Silva. It's going between these two, and that's the caution comes out. I mean, they can go all hard out or all out from here. No worrying about tire wear, no long run speed. It's going to be a 39 lap to the finish. 39 lap dash to the finish, I apologize.
Leonard another slide. Hawthorne trying to pinch it. Yet again, Leonard, small edge, Hawthorne, better run exit. 38 to go here in TKC in its longest race of the year.
Leonard, though, side by side, working the bottom, still trying to hang in there. These two are basically dead nuts, even as far as pace goes. Christian had a little bit better long run pace, but here it's all going to be with that short middle run, only 40 or so laps on these tires, so no need to hold back now. If you got anything to bank, going to pull it out, withdraw it. You're investing everything in here.
37 to go. Laps ticking down. Less than 20 minutes to go if you go by minute distance expected. Leonard nearly scraped the wall. Hawthorne right now still has his better portion of the run. Now he blocks off Leonard's air.
I mean, these two are giving their all to everything, every corner, every lap, every straightaway. You didn't think that was the last lap here, but they still got 37, 36 laps to go. Leonard going to slide right on the back bumper, almost making contact. They might have touched a little bit there through 1 and 2, but going to get the drive down the back straightaway, set himself up for a pass in turn 3.
Is he close enough? No. Yet again, Hawthorne seems to know Leonard's entire thought process like the back of a book.
I mean, we've mentioned these two are teammates that work together in almost every single race. They practice together. They spend time together during the week. I mean, these two basically know each other. They know their racing strategies. You know, they know what they're each good at, their respective disciplines. Like a book, as Leonard going drift up into the wall, right rear in the wall. Nothing too catastrophic. It seems no major damage yet, but it's going to add up over time.
Any substantial hits could be the difference between win and loss right now with all the chassis chances.
So Colin Grace is going to mic up. My apologies there, JP, but basically Colin Grace says, you guys race it out, you guys duke it out. I'm just Sunday cruising back here. I won't interfere in this battle at all. It's all up to you guys. Sebastian's making up a little bit of time. Actually, it's turned a 29.6, so absolute flying lap. I don't think that's the fastest lap. He might have turned the fastest lap of the race. He did do
it was
4 a little bit ago. So, Leonard's going to barely edge him out by 0.8 seconds for fastest lap. But Sebastian, nothing, be disappointed in third place running slowly but surely gaining on these guys. He's not going. I don't think he's going to get there, but with one more caution, I think Sebastian's in the running for this.
32 laps to go. Leonard trying to go and cool the tires down. It almost looks like he's trying to reset the tires.
Yeah, definitely not pushing it as hard. It seems kind of falling back a little bit, but still staying in the draft if he needs it. That last time by, going to fall back about 1/10 or so. Running the bottom, though, Hawthorne bobbles a little bit. Leonard clutches up big time off of turn 2. Leonard with the run. Leonard looks inside, side by side, almost throwing each other. Contact a little bit. Leonard to the bottom of the line, to the racetrack for the lead.
Quicker to the gas, though, is Hawthorne. Leonard back in the line. Still 31 laps to work with.
Yeah, Leonard gained big time through 1 and 2 last time by on 7 Hawthorne. He's going to do it again. It looks like Hawthorne doesn't have a great 1 and 2. Leonard goes below the blue line, bobbles a little bit, doesn't get a strong runoff. Hawthorne with that advantage coming off of turn 2.
Still can't get to it. Still got to plan it. Seems like that's still the plan, and right now almost cat and mouse mode again. Now the cat wants to pounce on the mouse, slamming of the door again.
Like Colin Grace said already, he wasn't going to interfere with this, but He's right there behind us. Leonard around the outside. Take a look at what he did it. He's not going to seal the deal. He's not going to get the job done, but he's going to get pretty close side by side going through turn 3.
Wheel to wheel, Leonard just above the seam. On the line goes Hawthorne. Christian Leonard retakes the point, slams the door in front of his teammate.
That's one of the first outside pass, make it stick, and that he did. We've seen all night. Most of the passes have been on the bottom, it seems, but I was really surprised he was able to make it stick. 7 Hawthorne now right back in line. 28 to go this time by Hawthorne, rounding back bumper Leonard.
Now how does Hawthorne try and plan this back up?
I mean, he's been out front this whole time, hasn't really dealt with dirty air. But regardless, you know, their tires seem pretty even. You know, they are tit for tat. One driver better in one corner, the other driver better in the other. So Hawthorne getting a huge run. Diamond line off of 2. Leonard with the block. Hawthorne to the bottom.
Side by side again. Another send. Hawthorne trying to slide up. Leonard going to cross him up.
That Leonard now looking back to the bottom at the line. Give it to 7 Hawthorne by inches. Give it to Leonard though, going through 1, 2. Leonard with the bottom line, wrapping that blue line just an inch or so above it. Hawthorne's going to get the run, do the crossover off of turn 2 to the bottom. Leonard's going to run down the track a little bit. They're going to be dead nuts even going through turn 3.
Another cross and error preferred line for Hawthorne at least. Leonard trying to squeeze a bit. Able to bobble and weave. Side by side again. 26 laps to go. Teammates still with a big cushion on the field. This is for the win. No matter how you slice it. How will they dice it?
Yeah, Leonard dicing up on that high side. Been up there for the last lap. No crossover moves needed. Still side by side though through 3, gone through 4. Hawthorne wrapping the blue line as close as he can. Though are struggling the front grip, not able to get down. They're going to wash up almost towards Leonard. These two are dead nuts, even once again at the line. I mean, 0.02 of a second last time by. I don't know how they're going to keep this up for 25 laps, but they got to find a way to.
And they've got to find a way to settle this out. I don't think they want to yet. Sidetracked again from Hawthorne. And so far, Leonard's been better on the slide jobs to be able to close out. He's quicker to the gas. Who needs Goodyear Eagles when you can just use them up and battle it out, right? Leonard slams the door to the inside.
Yeah, Sebastian's closing, not that much though, just at 12 seconds from all that side-by-side action. Still running a 30, has a 3-second buffer to De Silva in 4th. But Christian are able to pull away a little bit there, about half a car. Here comes Hawthorne. Momentum on the high side off the corner. Going to run the high side, rip the lip. Gets the right rear into the wall and entrance. Going to hurt his run off, but he should build some momentum down the front straightaway here.
Despite the contact, he's still a touch quicker. Not enough to be outside yet. And Leonard now choosing high side. Now the crossover though. Leonard doesn't have the rotation to do it.
Leonard trying to hang on. I think he has a little bit more store. They're going to make contact. I think Leonard, though, doesn't have as much front grip as Hawthorne does. Has to try and use the dirty air as much as he can. He's got Hawthorne on the bottom. Leonard should get the momentum off the corner here. Be able to clear Hawthorne at the line, going into 1. Not quite able to get it there. About puts the right rear in the wall. Hawthorne, though, a little bit advantage to the trial. Going to make up some time. Hawthorne is on the bottom, wrapping up blue line.
But still better high side run. Hawthorne yet again trying to side draft it. Again, almost trying to feel each other out almost with how much the bobbles are down for the side draft attempts.
Yeah, these two are actually pulled away a little bit from Sebastian now, despite being side by side, despite almost making contact. And these two are giving their all, and they still got 21, 22 laps to go. No one really is pulling away as a favorite. Leonard with a high side. I think the high side's definitely the preferred line coming off of turn 4. It's a lot easier to get stuffed in the wall, though.
Another close bit of contact. Still doing well. Now Hawthorne trying to say, you know what was clear? Let's reset this. Hawthorne says, no, let's keep this side by side forever. I like drag races, 20 laps to go.
And that's exactly what it's been for the past 20 laps, and I'm sure it's what it's going to be for the next 20 laps. Side-by-side action. Hawthorne gets a little bit of an advantage off of 2, not able to clear Leonard. Thought about coming up and throwing the block. He doesn't do it, though. Leonard able to get a run off the corner. Build a little bit of an advantage. Quarter of a car, then Hawthorne losing the bottom of going erase any advantage Leonard had. Almost clears him, thinks about it, doesn't go up there, and Leonard now with a run off the corner.
Right now, Hawthorne on the bottom of the racetrack seems to be stronger than Leonard. Remember, we talked about that top line can chew up tires. Leonard trying to get this job done again. Hawthorne nearly moved up to the numbers.
Hawthorne, I believe, has the faster pair left if he needs it. Leonard, not so much, though. So Hawthorne has a little bit more to lose than Leonard here. Leonard can definitely lose it all here. I reversed that. But Leonard trying to make it stick. Like you mentioned, I don't think the high side's great long run. And, I mean, they've been side by side for the last 10, 15 laps. And, you know, it's only going to be a 50-lap run or so on their tires. But 50 laps is still 50 laps, and it's going to be 50 hard laps.
Coming to 17 to go on the side-by-side. They've been side-by-side for 10 laps straight. Again, Leonard refusing to go below that seam, refusing to squeeze. Hawthorne refusing to back down. He's been quicker at this stripe. He's been slower at the stripe. It's been dead even, regardless on the momentum. Nobody willing to clear each other here.
I think it's going to be whoever has the high side advantage. If they're side-by-side coming off of turn 4 on the last lap, whoever has that high side advantage coming off of turn 4, I think that's going to be your winner.
16 to go at the stripe. Here's the thing, though. Can they keep this going for 16 laps?
Like I said, I don't know. They're going to have 40, 50 laps in their tires as we get closer and closer to that finish. So, I mean, they're going to really start to feel the effects of that tire where they're already in the mid to high 30s. Sebastian starting to close a little bit. Once again, he fell back there for a hot minute, but once again, I don't think he's going to close up to the lead. But these two are burning their tires up and definitely going to have to start leaning on each other, and there they go.
More leaning, near contact. Hawthorne quicker. He went nearly all the way up to the fender. Now in their squeeze.
They're definitely leaning on each other a little bit. So as the tire wear starts to go away, the aggressiveness is going to start picking up. Hawthorne definitely, putting the door on Leonard there. Leonard able to get the advantage though. Sticks with the high line.
Both of them got out of the gas. Now Hawthorne wraps it to the blue line. Leonard still sticks at high side. 14 laps to go here from Charlotte.
32 laps on their tires this time by. So they're definitely starting to feel the wear, feel the effects, and these aren't fresh tires. So, I mean, especially when they have had Leonard be the high side hustler the past, 15, 20 laps, not quite able to pick the line he wants. He's been forced and been stuck up there. He's been hustled, and I mean, his tires, I'm sure, are going to be a little bit worse than 7 Hawthorne.
One small poke from 7 Hawthorne. Leonard nearly slams the door in front of him. Hawthorne says, not so fast. Let's go again. Ring-a-ding-ding. Round 3 of side-by-side.
Yeah, Leonard with that advantage coming off of turn 2, able to run that high side, build the momentum. Hawthorne going to get the side draft there, goes right to the left rear of Leonard. You see how much it drags him back? I mean, Leonard had the high side advantage, should have been able to clear Hawthorne there coming down the back straightaway, but Hawthorne got quick to that left rear, and that side draft really played an effect there.
Just 12 laps to go after near 600 miles of racing. It comes down to these two. Hawthorne painting the blue line again. Slip up again, nearly into the door. Leonard again. Somehow, they both kept it straight.
Yeah, this isn't going to end pretty, especially not at this rate. I think Hawthorne is really starting to feel. We thought Leonard, his tires would be a little bit worse, but Hawthorne's having to pinch off lap after lap after lap, not being able to kind of arch into the corner and still run the bottom and still be fast. I mean, their tires are definitely degrading. And the more and more they do each other, the more and more they're going to start to fall off, too. They don't want to let Sebastian gain too much time. Coming 10 laps to go, he's going to gain a second lap, which is almost impossible. These two start, damaging each other, then it's very possible.
Here we go again. Coming down to the final stretch, 15 miles to go here from Charlotte. Leonard leads that lap. Hawthorne looking to try and get another send down. Oh, a lot of gas. Too much maybe for Leonard. No.
That's one thing about the high line here. It's almost a bit of a lip there, right where the marbles start to form in 1 and 2. And then 3 and 4, you can almost use the wall to their advantage a little bit, get right there, half a foot down, half the lane down, and kind of walk up and down in the corner, get a great runoff. Leonard, they're using both sides of their advantage. Hawthorne using Leonard to his advantage, able to build a run at the line. They're going to be dead nuts even. They're going to tie.
Under 9 to go. Hawthorne clears. No! Nearly turned across the nose of Leonard. Just that's how close it got.
Yeah, we're inside that 10 to go window. I mean, at this point, it's, gloves out, I mean, there's no restrictions at this point. You're playing nice. Now's not the time to play nice anymore.
More contact a little bit. Now 8 to go. Hawthorne misses the bottom this time. Is that a diamond move? It looks like he's trying it.
It worked for a second there on the exit. Just kind of got a little tight, a little more tight than he would have liked. Then was able to build the momentum down the back straightaway. I like that line through 1 and 2 Hawthorne had it last time. Trying something different, made it work, and it worked pretty good.
Clean racing, near contact again. 7 laps to go. This is going to be something both of these two have to remember for the long term.
These two are friends. I mean, they've worked together so many times, and I think at this point they've been side by side for this many laps. I don't think there's no more working together.
Now our side draft, another chance to send it. Neither side saying, I want to clear here.
Now, Hawthorne already 3 wins this season. Leonard looking for his first. He's going to find victory lane regardless of the season. That's how talented he is. But definitely be nice, to get your win this early in the season. Hawthorne, though, trying to do what no one else has done in the history of the TKC National Series, or any TKC Series that I'm aware of, that's to get 4 wins in a row. It's a very coveted feat in any regard, but Hawthorne, everything on the line here for him.
Giving it 5 laps to go. Final stretch for these drivers. Can Leonard get his first W? Can Hawthorne win 4 straight? Leonard right now better down the front straightaway. That's been the main difference so far.
Either way, this one's going to be a win for the history books. Leonard starting to fall back a little bit, able to change the tide, though, changes momentum, shifts it, gets that slide draft, builds a run going into turn 3. We're coming to 4 laps to go, 6 miles from Charlotte Motor Speedway, and it's still anyone's game.
Near 26 laps of side-by-side between these two to decide the winner in the longest race in TKC. 4 laps to go. Hawthorne got the lead last time by. Can Leonard make it work from the 3rd line? Can Hawthorne find a way to clear?
Leonard's moving up and up the track, trying to find more grip, get a better drive off. Not quite able to seal the deal, but gets awfully close going to turn 3. That's the closest he's been in the last couple of laps. Coming to 3 to go. He's going to fall back a little bit, try to set him up for a good run down the front straightaway.
He nearly cleared him. Finally, he's tried that twice. Both times he nearly got himself turned around off the front nose. Under 3 laps to go. Leonard still now pinching entry.
Leonard trying to do everything he can, shave speed off of Hawthorne, don't let him get the run. I think Leonard set himself up for that last lap death. He knows they're going to be side by side. He's just trying to figure out what's going to work, what's going to slow Hawthorne down the most.
Coming down to 3 miles to go. Hawthorne nearly washes up. 2 laps to go from Charlotte.
Still anyone's game for the first time in a couple laps. Leonard's going to lead the line 1/100th of a second. Less than 2.5 miles to go, though still side by side. That advantage is going to go to Leonard coming down the backstretch. Hawthorne trying to get some side draft. He knows they're coming to the white flag. It's all on the line right here, right now.
If they take the white flag, race simply is to the checkered. World Center of Racing has had 500 plus miles. Final couple miles come down to this. White flag is out. Final lap for TKC here at Charlotte. Outside for Leonard, inside for Hawthorne through 1 and 2.
Leonard going to get that advantage, get the run off the corner. Hawthorne going to wash up. Leonard washes up more, almost contact. Advantage goes to Leonard, half a car length, going down the back straightaway for the final time.
Hawthorne tries to make it stick. Leonard squishes. Hawthorne trips. They bounce off. Leonard slides up. He avoids the wall. Hawthorne nearly hits the fender. It's Christian Leonard who gets his first win of the season. He holds off his teammate after 26 laps of side-by-side.
It's almost a photo finish, 300ths of a second. Hawthorne thought about throwing him. He did that as clean as he could have done, though.
How about that race? 0.032 seconds.
That's going to go down in the history books for sure. And then Ryan Sebastian getting third there.
A great race, single-digit cautions. Sebastian getting a podium. And these two get to burn it down, or at least Christian Leonard does as the winner.
What a finish. That was a great race. That was a great race.
Christian Leonard picks up his first win of the season, and he gets it done in the longest race on the schedule. 400 laps, 600 miles at Charlotte. It goes to Christian Leonard. And as they celebrate the victory, we'll take a step aside. When we come back, we'll take a look at the results and speak with the drivers. You're watching Maconi Entertainment.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. For anything on iRacing, there's just one name you need, Maconi.
With the launch of Maconi Entertainment and Maconi Competizone alongside Maconi Setup Shop, we now provide the best of the best in setups, paint schemes, coaching, broadcasting, and event organization.
With cars across all 4 license classes, we have what you need to hit the track with confidence. Grab a subscription and save money while going fast at MaconiSetupShop.com/subscriptions.
And remember, at Maconi Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to coverage of TKC here on Maconi Entertainment. Justin Prince, Braden Laster with you, DJ Line, our producer. After 600 miles of racing here at the World Center of Racing, it comes down to 26 laps of side-by-side. Let's take a look at the race results, as Christian Leonard is the one who picks up the W here tonight on Maconi Entertainment. 7 Hawthorne finishes second in a drag race by 0.033 seconds per the timing scores to the nearest 4,000 decimal point. Then Ryan Kilbeshian in third. Silva finishes in fourth race, 7 laps down after tech issues. Then Mark Prince finishing sixth on debut. He passed by Wiggins in that side-by-side final stretch. Aguilar, Haas, and then Anderson, your finishers. That's what we talked about with the runner order here tonight. A lot to converse with involving your race here tonight. Let's talk with your front runner and winner tonight. He started 10th. He was the king of the long run in the early going. In the end, he's the king of side-by-side. Christian, you had to hold off your teammate for 26 laps. How does it feel to get your first win in that fashion?
Oh, it feels great. I was so excited to run this race because I'm not particularly good at Charlotte, but I worked really hard this week on it, and I think I did a pretty good job figuring it out. I took the first couple of segments pretty easy, and then I made that embarrassing mistake of accidentally downshifting off the pit lane. Yeah, that was what a way to win it, right? That was crazy.
Yeah, I was going to say, what was going through your mind with all the side-by-side? You guys basically bounced off each other at least 3 or 4 times. At least 2 times he nearly cleared you. At least 1 time you nearly cleared him. What's going through your mind through all that?
What was going through my mind is I just didn't want to wreck him because we've been doing this for a long time. We've had many battles like that on other races, and sometimes we knocked doors a little too close, and I really didn't want to run into him. But it was crazy. That might be the longest I've ever run side by side. And of course, it comes at a race where you're dehydrated, you're starving, you've run 3-4 hours of racing already, stressing over pit stops and all this other stuff. And the last 40 laps has to be some of the most nerve wracking I've ever ran. But I wouldn't have it any other way. That was a really phenomenal race.
Now, I know it's been 600 miles of racing, more than 4 hours of racing just about. But we have a paperclip next week. Your thoughts on that track?
Well, I have some unfinished business after last season. Didn't end the way I wanted it all. Hopefully it goes a little better this time. But I'm looking forward to it. I'm not the biggest fan of next-gen short track races, but I'm a big fan of Martinsville. So I'm hoping to do pretty well there. And maybe 7 and all have another great battle like we had there last season.
Any shots you like to give after this one?
Well, thanks, Seven, for not running into me. He probably had to work as hard as I did to stay off him. I want to thank you guys for sticking it out for the broadcast. I'm sure it was great. And then also thank you to TKC for putting these on, for doing a long race. I know it was a really long one, but I'm glad they put one of these on. It was really fun.
Well, congratulations on the victory here tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Christian Leonard able to pick up the W in this one here tonight after a drag race and a lot of side-by-side. 7 Hawthorne finishes this one out in second. He's with Braden.
7 side-by-side for 26 laps there with your teammate, Christian Leonard. Talk us through it.
Yeah, first off, congratulations to him. He's been so close these past couple weeks. I knew he was going to win, only a matter of time. But yeah, we had a first 200 laps. The race was kind of an emotional roller coaster. Had a speeding penalty and went, I think, 3 laps down. Then we rallied back and just shows how good this team is. Pretty amazing battle there. I mean, I think that's the longest I've was side by side with anyone. So I'm just really glad to finish. Glad to get a P2 second. That's gonna help us in the points and we can extend our lead. And yeah, had a lot of fun tonight. Battling my teammate and battling everybody. And yeah.
Talking through that speeding penalty, I mean, you were multiple laps down, lucky to get a caution come back from that, and you were sitting there near the final 50 laps, or the final couple hundred laps even. It became a race of endurance. Wiggins has been doing that issue. They wreck on that restart, and all of a sudden you find yourself kind of in the catbird seat. Leading, and you haven't really led a whole lot of your wins. Only 18 laps led coming in tonight, despite 3 wins. Tonight they had 110 most laps other than Alex Anderson led by anyone. And does it hurt though to think you were that close, 300ths of a second from victory lane, or?
It hurts, but since we won 3 races before, it kind of takes the sting away. I would have loved to go 4 in a row, but it was only a matter of time before a streak gets broken. But yeah, just leading a lot of laps. I want to get more laps led and running up front. And it was really interesting when the race swapped and I became the leader out of nowhere. So I really had to just back down the pace and try to manage tires and not shoot them up. So I feel like I did a good job. I just feel like the 483 just did a little bit better there at the end. But yeah, we'll go on to Martinsville and try to start another streak.
Let's talk about Martinsville coming up. Short track paperclip. Are you excited about that?
I'm pretty excited. I feel like with this next gen car, it's pretty hard to pass there. So I feel like it'll be a race of track position and trying to stay out front. But I'll be excited and I'll definitely enjoy the shorter length. I'm pretty sore after that race, so definitely gonna get an ice cold drink and stretch and relax after this one.
Yep, I'm sure Martinsville was a playoff race last season. Ended up winning that. So anybody want to thank though en route to their second place around here tonight?
Thank this team, all my friends and family that watch, all the people that watch this, Maconi and TKC for hosting these events. Had a blast. And yeah, I'm just really happy to finish this race and finish it strong too. So we'll be back next week.
Yep, for sure. Congratulations on the second place run. I'm sure we'll be talking quite a bit throughout the season.
Thank you.
That rounds things with the podium here with now Ryan Kabashi making his first podium finish run here tonight. How are you feeling about 600 miles tonight?
Wait, hang on. How do I get a speaker on here?
Hello?
Oh, wait, never mind. Hey, what's up?
How are you feeling after running 600 miles in your first podium?
Oh, it feels great, man. It feels incredible. I was getting faster towards the end of the run, but I knew I wasn't going to be able to catch the front two. I mean, I was catching a little bit, but I had to conserve some fuel. But I knew as long as I got the podium, I'd be all right. But, man, 600 miles, 4 hours, man. And it ended off with the first podium. I was listening to the stream the entire time. I got a lot of mentions, a lot of screen time from what I heard.
Yes, indeed. It was an interesting night to say the very least. What stands out the most to you from a night like this and why?
I think just my improvement from my first race to now, my improvement throughout the night, how I was a lap down earlier in the run. I just kept moving up. And it ended up being a race of attrition with a lot of guys not finishing. So you just had to survive out there, and you'd be able to get a good finish.
How do you feel about your short track racing skills?
I think they're getting better. I've been running street stocks. I've been running Legends cars, and recently I've been doing a lot of Mazda X5s to practice some road course racing.
Well, the good news is you get to put them to the test next week. We'll see what happens then. Anyone want to give a shout out then?
Wait, what?
Anyone you want to give a shout out to who's watching the broadcast?
Shout out to my family, if you're watching. And everyone that's subscribed to Kilbo Racing, thanks for tuning in. Be sure to follow me on TikTok and YouTube for more racing content.
Well, congratulations on the podium run.
Thank you, man.
Ryan Kabashi and rounding out the podium. I'd like to thank the entire top three for speaking with us during post-race coverage here at Maconi Entertainment. Real quickly, Braden, your final thoughts on the paperclip.
You thought we saw a lot of on-track action tonight. It's going to be a completely different animal next week. I mean, half-mile, short-track racing.
Again, that will go back to the 8 p.m. start time to start the month of June. June the 3rd specifically. You'll see that here on Maconi Entertainment. On that note, though, it's time to say goodbye. I'd like to thank the race sponsor, Maconi Setup Shop, as well as our broadcast partner, the Touring Kart Championship. So all the sponsors you see in the upper corner of your screen. Calling the action tonight was myself, Justin Brent, alongside Brian Laster. DJ Lyon was our producer. Thanks to our viewers for watching tonight's racing action. I hope you stay tuned to our social media pages for our next race. Thanks once again for the entire staff for bringing this racing to you once more tonight. Once again, it comes down to a drag race and 26 laps of side-by-side between Christian Leonard and Seven Hawthorne to decide the victor. In the end, it's Leonard who picks up the victory here at Charlotte. We'll see you then at Martinsville next time out. But until then, this has been a production of Maconi Entertainment. We'll see you next time when we go short track racing at a paperclip to start the month of June.